This is a miracle. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 51 Inya, Allah. Which, this was the name Bai Luo had given to this new profession, those who wield fairy magic. However, Lilith had told Bai Luo that the magical powers of the Children of Miracles were limited. They couldn't cast spells as freely as she could. This meant that while Lilith could cast many extraordinary spells at will, the witches couldn't. The upside was that there was no limit to the number of witches, and their physical strength and even lifespan would be significantly enhanced by the power of the fairies. Therefore, with continued accumulation, the witches of Atón would eventually number in the tens of thousands. At that point, they would be able to travel far and wide, protecting every corner of Atón and even fighting on multiple fronts simultaneously. Their strategic impact would be far greater than that of Lilith alone. However powerful Lilith was, she could only focus on the immediate task at hand. But the witches, like her clones, could shine and exert their influence in every corner. Bai Luo had issued a directive regarding the witches. Lilith could only grant this miraculous power to the Atón clan and the descendants of the tree elves. No outsiders, without Bai Luo's permission, could do so. Bai Luo didn't need to explain this. Lilith had always done so. An outsider? What right did an outsider have to receive Lilith's favor? Did he deserve it? In this world, the power of miracles is like a law, held in the hands of a single individual, operating according to their will and preferences. No wonder my uncle said that the miracle master, possessing miracles, considered himself a god. In some ways, the miracle master was indeed quite like a deity. Elsa is amazing, Sister Elsa, how did you do it? Teach us. Most of the girls in the Atón clan were as close to Elsa as sisters. We want to know too. Can you tell us? The little tree elves, though new to the family, were adorable, kind-hearted, and incredibly innocent, and Elsa had a very good relationship with them. Don't worry, I'll tell everyone. Elsa then shared her experiences and feelings with her sisters. Lilith didn't stop her, she was actually pleased. Although she was a teacher, this was her first time teaching. Furthermore, fairies were different from the young witches, and her first teaching experience was ultimately experimental. Honestly, Lilith wasn't even sure the children could actually cast magic. Fortunately, Elsa's success relieved her. Letting them discover it on their own is best, Bai Luo affirmed. Lilith said, yes, just like now, Elsa has learned, and then she can teach more children, like the young witch. The most logical thing would be to wait until Elsa is fully developed and let her become a magic teacher. However, that would take a long time, and it was clearly too early to talk about it now. I did it. I did it too. The next to succeed was 13-year-old Fyra, who also made her feather float. Though she couldn't move freely yet, the joy of successfully casting magic still made the girl's face flush with excitement, and she jumped up and down. Next came a little girl, a descendant of the tree elves, named Flora. And then there was Maya, who also succeeded. Brother Bai Luo, look, I made it. Maya was delighted, and Bai Luo naturally praised her profusely. He also encouraged the other children not to give up, saying they too would succeed sooner or later. To that end, Bai Luo distributed candy to the children. The children of the Atón clan and the descendants of the tree elves ate with great joy, leaving the boys still training drooling with envy. Alright, we've got it all. Bai Luo doted on the girls, but he treated the boys equally, treating them all equally. Eat, all you know how to eat. Keep it all and continue training. If you don't complete today's mission, don't even think about eating. Nors didn't treat them kindly. He demanded strong, sturdy men from the Atón clan. Eat candy? What candy? This, will it? Bai Luo said, but Nors insisted, this is for their own good, everyone should do their job. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. Besides, the old uncle was the head instructor, so if Nors made any mistakes, the old uncle would punish him. Bai Luo, take a close look at Nols's training. That evening, Bai Luo mentioned this to his uncle, who instructed him to observe Nols the next day. Bai Luo discovered that Nols's demands on himself were no less demanding than the children's. If Nols asked the children to do twice as much, he would demand twice as much himself. Given his physical condition, doubling that amount was practically a life-threatening exercise. While the people of Atón were highly disciplined, driven, and fearless, Bai Luo still worried about the children's mental well-being. Noel set a good example for them. He wasn't the kind of ruthless boss who would rest while others worked. They lived and ate together, sharing honor and disgrace. If you couldn't persevere with an instructor like that, it simply meant you weren't cut out for it. Atón needed truly strong warriors. If you weren't up to it, there was no need to force it. Besides warriors, Atón needed many more talents and could easily develop in other areas. That kid Knowles, the old uncle commented, will be a good instructor in the future. You can rest assured to hand over the new recruits to him. After Knowles trained a few batches of new recruits and made them new instructors, Knowles felt relieved. With the identity of a new recruit instructor, Knowles could become a senior executive of Atón, with full legitimacy. So, what should we do with unsuitable children? Look, over there, the old uncle asked Bai Luo to look at a big tree nearby. Under the shade of the tree, a boy was reading a book. His name was Boya. He was 10 years old, the son of Imiter and the grandson of Grandpa Shanwen. It's little Boya. Bai Luo wondered who it was, but if it was Boya, then it wouldn't be surprising. Boya was a well-known genius in the Atón family. In Bai Luo's words, his IQ was very high, and his EQ was almost as high as his IQ. He was an all-round talent. He only undergoes basic training, focusing on accumulating knowledge while maintaining good health. Don't underestimate Boya. He has a photographic memory. By the age of 3, he had learned dozens of languages from the books left by his mountain grandfather. He's eager to learn, often asking Bai Luo some rather peculiar questions. Bai Luo, armed with knowledge from his past life, proposed novel theories that opened little Boya's eyes and fascinated him. What a talent, Bai Luo said. Atón needs warriors, but we also need people like little Boya. Yes, the old uncle said. What we lack now are warriors like Norse, but in the future, we'll need talents like little Boya even more. Not many people in Atón enjoy reading. Gonia, Fyra, Elsa, Boya, most of the rest have a barbarian mentality. For example, Inya. Inya, hurrah. How's the night school thing going? Bai Luo was referring to adult education. They work during the day and study at night. This is Bai Luo's strict rule. Only wisdom and courtesy can shape the soul and spirit of the Atón. Adults no longer need to learn martial arts, but cultural studies are essential. Especially with the addition of the new Atón language, everyone should be more focused and study diligently. Brother Andrew holds considerable prestige among the descendants of the tree elves. I'm only an Atón, so I'm just barely qualified. The old uncle began to preen again, but the night classes are taught by Fyra. The adult education teacher was none other than senior sister. She was erudite and knowledgeable, proficient in everything. Everyone obeyed the strong, and with senior sister's unwavering authority, anyone who dared to find an excuse to skip class was a ruthless person. In fact, even Bai Luo, upon learning that the teacher was senior sister, set an example by attending in person and thoroughly studying the new language. With His Majesty's advice, what else could anyone say? There was no escaping it. And so, another 7 days passed. Everyone had basically mastered the language's essence, including some basic pronunciations. While different from the current Atón language, the grammar was similar. By comparison, the descendants of the tree elves had a harder time. But the senior sister's teaching ability was truly remarkable. She'd noticed this during the first class and provided them with special tutoring. The tree elf descendants made rapid progress, catching up to about half the progress of the Atón clan in just 7 days. The old uncle suggested that this was likely the natural talent of the tree elves. Their ability to learn texts generally surpassed that of the Atón clan. Has everyone finished the homework assigned last time? I see Fia's calm words silenced countless people present. There were far more underachieving students in the Atón clan than top students, far more. Bai Luo was lucky. He was one of the high achievers who had attended cram schools beforehand. With a solid foundation, he had no problems. The old uncle had been teaching Bai Luo various cultural subjects since he was young, and Bai Luo had put in the hard work. While not as talented as Gloria, he easily crushed the likes of Knowles. Inya, sweet potatoes. Are the sweet potatoes ready? At that moment, the entire room fell silent. Everyone stared at Inya in shock, secretly admiring her courage. She'd actually fallen asleep in her seniors class. And she even dared to drool. So, even her own sister had to be spanked. But Inya wasn't afraid of the pain at all, preferring to stand outside as punishment rather than miss a second of the evening class. It wasn't until her senior sister threatened her with copying the syllable table 100 times that she terrifiedly returned to class. obediently attending class and refusing to doze off again. I'm Yatin, the #1 underdog. Inya is amazing. She doesn't even take the big sister seriously. Yeah, to be able to sleep under the big sister's murderous aura? Oh my god, that's terrifying. Inya, I'm awesome. Not only her own sister's class, but even her uncle's class couldn't stop her. She sleeps whenever she wants. Then Inya experienced the pain of copying as punishment, but this time, even if she hugged Bai Luo's legs and begged desperately, Bai Luo did not dare to forgive her. After all, senior sister was watching him. Brother, I don't want you to speak up for me anymore. That day, hearing Inya say this, Bai Luo felt that this child had grown up. Bai Luo was deeply moved and was about to go to senior sister to plead for her. Help me copy together, Inya said. Two people can copy faster. Bai Luo, puff. Bai Luo, spit out a mouthful of blood and died with hatred. Chapter 52 Pirate Captain. Pirate ships sailed through the smoke, trailing behind them 5 or 6 burning merchant ships and the wreckage of ships floating on the sea. This was a caravan, laden with specialties from the Western Mountain Kingdom. Unfortunately, they encountered Saudi, one of the 6 most vicious captains under Pirate King Morgan. Look at this thing, a snow-white animal tusk? Just this one is worth at least 8 large gold coins, 800,000, and this, a rare fruit from the Iron Eagle. Saudi took a bite, his mouth full of juice. This is something only the great nobles on the continent can eat. Haha, Saudi casually tossed the fruit to his men, who devoured it without a second thought. Hey, little ones, do you see what happens when you cross us? Oh, as Saudi pointed, he saw a body hang from the sail. From within the dock, the faint screams and wails of a woman could be heard. Challenging me at this moment is courting death. Saud raised his boot and scraped it against the edge of the railing, gulping down his wine. He was in a bad mood, so he casually destroyed a caravan to vent his anger. What the hell is the boss thinking? He actually asked me to rob him of 30,000 gold coins. They didn't specify the size, so it was assumed to be small gold and small silver coins. The boss Saud was referring to wasn't the pirate king Morgan, but Morgan's adopted son, Sigrian. The 6 major pirate groups weren't children of miracles, nor did they possess miraculous powers. Nowadays, the various nations have regulations prohibiting the uncontrolled manifestation of miraculous powers on the battlefield. Therefore, the pirate groups that come out to plunder are almost all mortals without miraculous powers. This situation has persisted for at least 50 years, causing most young people to lose even the concept of miracles. However, Saud and Sigrian were sworn brothers, and he had heard of miracles from the boss. For ease of reading, other people's data and some terms will be directly translated into the uniform unit of measure of Atón for ease of reading. 30,000 gold coins, that's a ton of gold. I heard it's the old man's birthday. The first mate was deeply trusted by Saudi, and he knew secrets unheard of by ordinary people, about miracles, and the mysterious legends of the pirate king Morgan. Boss, should we continue to rob other ships? Continue, Saudi said, but we need to find another place. We've almost plundered this place. If you fish too hard, you will eventually run out of food. So Saudi was clever. He offered a toll. 15% of the goods from this transaction, and he would let them pass. If it were ordinary food, cloth, wood, or ore, 15% would be a reasonable amount. However, these 5 ships were actually carrying valuable smuggled goods. The ostensible food was all fake, and these treasures were the real cargo. Saudi was sharp-eyed and immediately saw through the enemy's tactics. He immediately demanded the ivory-like treasure, along with the precious spices and fruits. Naturally, Saudi refused to give them, and he immediately resorted to killing to establish his authority. You ignored my words, Saudi. You're courting death. Saudi was only a mortal, but once he learned of the existence of miracles, no one could help but yearn for such miraculous power. He was one of the 6 great captains, a position he had acquired through generous favors from his brother, Sigrian. To maintain this status and power, Saudi was forced to work tirelessly for Sigrian. We still have plenty of time. Let's go back and get some rest. Morgan was known as the Pirate King of the South China Sea, with several adopted sons and daughters under his command. Sigrian was his adopted son, the 4th oldest, and was therefore revered by Saudi and others as 4th brother and 4th master. Having reached Saudi's current status, he possessed endless wealth and glory. But when one acquires good things, they tend to think about how to protect them. Saudi was thirsty for power, knowing the core of Morgan's power. Miracle, others call it divine power, But Sartre knows that Morgan's strength stems from some kind of miracle. Sartre isn't disloyal to Morgan, but his talents are too mediocre to adapt to Morgan's miraculous power. Morgan's adopted sons are all miracle children who can adapt to this miraculous power, and they regularly search for more talented individuals for the old man. Sartre is highly regarded by Sigrian, and now is the final probation period. Once his loyalty is proven, Sigrian will bring him to meet Morgan, the legendary pirate who has roamed the eastern seas for many years. I must obtain that mighty power. Sartre will never forget Sigrian's might, a power far beyond that of mortals, capable of crushing all. Without the miracle, I can't reach the center of power of the Lord of Miracles. What's the difference between me and some wealthy businessman or high-ranking official in the Iron Eagle Kingdom? Moreover, Sartre is already 45 years old. If he doesn't obtain the miracle power, how much longer can he live? While the miracle power can't grant immortality, it can at least extend his life. If he were lucky enough to obtain the water from the fountain of youth from the old man, he could regain his youth and achieve immortality. No amount of money can buy life, Saud had figured it out. He was determined to stay with his sworn brother and show Morgan his sincerity and loyalty. The power of miracles recognized him as a worthy child of miracles. Morgan would also seek more water from the Marquess of Clear Spring of the Iron Eagle Kingdom on behalf of his subjects. On the other hand, who would want an untalented person to achieve immortality and occupy a prominent position? We must earn their trust, obtain the power of miracles, and then obtain the fountain of youth. Return, Saud shouted to his men, his mind contemplating the glorious future of eternal youth and immortality after obtaining the power of miracles. Bai Luo was unaware of Saud's impending return. But with the White Eagles watching, Bai Luo wasn't worried about his surprise attack. Boss, what do you mean by big? I'm the Grand Admiral of the Marine Headquarters. Call me Marshal Jin. A beautiful silver eagle stood proudly on a cliff. In front of it, 24 seagulls saluted, standing straight in 2 rows, creating an incredible scene. In front of the seagulls stood the 3 admirals of the Marine Headquarters, Atón, White Eagle Yin, White Eagle Yin Yin, and White Eagle Ying Ying Ying. Yes, Marshal, the seagulls said in unison. White Eagle Silver nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Now go gather more companions. I have a feeling a storm is coming that will sweep the world. That man, he, is coming. Oh, the seagulls wore serious expressions, but the 3 White Eagles' expressions changed. Boss, what do you mean by boss? I'm the Grand Admiral of the Marine Headquarters, huh? White Eagle Silver suddenly sensed a unique aura, so powerful, so noble. It quickly turned its head, and the next moment, the entire eagle pack was stunned. Bai Luo was standing behind it, riding surely. The grandeur of the Lord of Miracles was far beyond the reach of a tiny miracle creature. Surely, perched at Bai Luo's feet, shone with boundless miracle power, like the sun in the night sky, blazing brightly and intensely enough to illuminate the entire world. Your Majesty, I was only joking. I was patrolling diligently and never neglected my duties. Your Majesty, please spare me. Bai Yingying was practically in tears. The Lord of Miracles was a glittering god before miracle creatures like them. Forget going against their will, a single glance from Bai Luo could stun them. Nice acting, just like the real thing. Bai Luo didn't blame the 4 little creatures of the White Eagle family. After enduring Lilith's miracle power, they had transformed from intelligent creatures into miracle creatures. Miracle derivatives are a broad category, referring to the prerequisites for becoming a miracle child. Examples include the Little Witch, weapons forged from miracle resources, and the 4 White Eagles, all of which fall into this stage. If true miracles are compared to the first level, then miracle children are powerful beings favored by a vast amount of miracle power. They are far inferior to the true miracles, but compared to ordinary people, they are worlds apart. We don't dare anymore, we really don't dare anymore. The White Eagle's language is only understood by Bai Luo, Shirley, and Lilith. To outsiders, it's just the chirping of birds. To truly speak, rather than possessing intelligence, they must ascend to the level of miracle children. But this requires a considerable amount of time. According to Lilith, it will take 7 or 8 months before they even reach the threshold of miracle children. Stop crying, stop crying. Hearing White Eagle Silver's mournful cry, someone who didn't know better might have mistaken it for a cuckoo instead of an eagle. You guys were just playing a game, why would I be angry? How many people do you manage? Bai Luo looked at the shivering seagulls lying on the ground. No more than 30 in total. Marshal, that's a bit much. I'm arrogant, but I know I'm wrong, second lieutenant, right, huh? White Eagle Silver hadn't expected Bai Luo to actually give him a rank. Are you serious? Of course, Bai Luo smiled. Second Lieutenant White Eagle Silver of the Atón Navy headquarters, listen to my orders, quack. Excited, White Eagle Silver let out a duck-like quack. Take Third Sergeant White Eagle and watch the coast for Atón. If the enemy infiltrates the island, Bai Luo couldn't possibly roast it. After all, it was a companion he'd raised since childhood. I'll make you eat insects for 7 days, quack. The other 3 White Eagles looked up in horror, trembling. Eat insects. White Eagle Yin, the majestic king of birds, with its wings spread wide, actually eats insects? White Eagle Yin, as expected of a master who can control a dun, he can even come up with such a vicious punishment. White Eagle Ying, how terrifying. Alright, you guys have fun. I'm going to look somewhere else, Bai Luo said, then rode away unsurely, leaving the 4 White Eagles and 24 seagulls staring at each other in bewilderment. Gradually, White Eagle Silver began to tremble, then suddenly raised his head. Gaga gaga. White Eagle Silver held his head high, almost falling off the cliff in excitement. Fortunately, his younger brother and sister supported him in time, preventing him from falling into tragedy. Boss, you're so happy even after being demoted. What demoted? White Eagle Silver patted his younger brother onto the grass with a wing. No matter how high the rank, it's all fake, but this is real. Quack, quack, quack. Wait, His Majesty said White Eagle Third Sergeant. We're also sergeants, quack. Delighted, White Eagle Yin and Ying danced a waltz. What about us, you idiots? White Eagle Silver angrily scolded the new recruits. Go patrol for this lieutenant. If you let even one fly slip, I'll make you eat bugs for the rest of your lives. Right away, the 24 seagulls were horrified. Daring not to disobey the tyrant White Eagle Silver, they quickly began patrolling. Having become spirits, they no longer needed to catch their own food. Specialized Atonians fed them fish in specially designated areas. Therefore, the White Eagle clan's job is to lead their respective seagull minions to patrol the island, monitor the waters surrounding Atón, and prevent foreign invasions. This is no small task. I'm here. As the White Eagle Silver soared through the sky, it shed its previous playful demeanor and its eyes were filled with a fierce, domineering look. No one dares to get in. Chapter 53. A Strange Miracle. Is this the place? Bai Luo's trip wasn't just a casual stroll. The sun has set, but the moon hasn't risen yet. There's no sun, no moon, all living things lie in its grave. These peaceful years are only possible because it carries the burden forward, and when the moon vanishes, and the sun disappears, the immortals will wander through the long night. This riddle is truly incomprehensible. Bai Luo looked at the black book, only to see that the 5th page had already been opened. Unlike the previous times, this time, Bai Luo didn't need to find anything. As soon as he arrived at the designated location in the black book, the attributes of the miracle immediately appeared on the 5th page. Level? Type? Faction? Time remaining? Isn't this the same as not showing anything? Ridiculous. Honestly, this was the first time Bai Luo had encountered such a bizarre situation. It was all completely unknown. After half a month, Bai Luo had discovered his 5th miracle. Bai Luo didn't know the pattern of the Black Book's miracle discovery. Did it notice it immediately when a miracle happened around him, or did it need to wait for half a month? Because it always took half a month, Bai Luo began to doubt the exact duration of the Black Book's cooldown period. Unfortunately, the Black Book was just like the Chumeng Holy Bag. No, it was even more aloof than the Chumeng Holy Bag. The Chumeng Holy Bag at least showed Bai Luo a sense of closeness, but the Black Book really didn't even pay Bai Luo a damn cent. You're the boss, I can't afford to offend you. Bai Luo didn't dare to blame the Black Book. After all, it was his bread and butter. How could a human being get angry with the Goldfinger? He was already pitiful for being so black. Why bother? Why bother? Continue reading the riddle. Bai Luo noticed that new words had appeared under the previous words. You're the first person it sees after arriving, but you don't know it, and it doesn't know you either. It doesn't matter, even the most familiar people start out as strangers. It's willing to give you a chance to befriend it. This is the first time in countless years it's considered this, and it might even be the last. Befriend, the first time it's considered this, and it might even be the last time. Bai Luo began to understand. This was likely a message to Bai Luo that only he had triggered this quest. For this miracle, either Bai Luo successfully made the contract, or no one else could obtain it. There was no chance of a second person intervening, because it only had Bai Luo in mind for the idea of friendship. So, what should I do? Bai Luo was a little surprised. Befriend? Is that something I should consider? Bai Luo was from the modern era, after all, and he had some experience with friendships, but the Black Book clearly didn't allow him to do that. The opening paragraph on the Black Book soon vanished. Wait. Instead, a single word. Wait. There was no other word. Wait, Bai Luo muttered calmly. And then, just like that, somehow, it fits my current situation quite well, Bai Luo said with a smile. I don't know what you are, but it seems you're just as bored as I am. Bai Luo really didn't have anything to do right now. His uncle was incredibly capable, his senior sister took care of all the educational responsibilities, and Grandpa Shanwang and Grandpa Andrew worked together to build and manage the territory in an orderly manner. The children were also studying diligently, and Bai Luo could see that they all had a burning desire to succeed quickly and serve him. So, Bai Luo had some free time. For days, he ate and slept, living the life that Inya had always dreamed of. The only thing he did was occasionally train, but no one dared to challenge him. Even his senior sister declined, saying, "How can I fight your majesty?" In reality, everyone agreed, as king of Atón, Bai Luo had no need to go to war. Leading the army himself would be a sign of incompetence, a sin for which he should die. In that respect, we're compatible. I hope we can become good friends. Bai Luo dismounted Shirley and let her play nearby, pouring out plenty of fruit for her to enjoy. As for Bai Luo, he found a place to sit cross-legged and gazed at the distant sea, lost in thought. This was the first day. The next day, rain or shine, Bai Luo would always arrive at this cliff, gazing into the distance. He didn't know what the Black Book meant, but since it was a miracle, a little eccentricity wouldn't be a big deal. While his senior sister and uncle were a little puzzled by Bai Luo's recent behavior, they had seen similar incidents before, so they didn't take it too seriously. Enya and Anderson, by contrast, were particularly curious. Your Majesty, has he always been like this? On several occasions, the siblings had been ordered, along with Jella and John, to protect Bai Luo's safety. They had witnessed Bai Luo's actions, seeing him sitting alone on the cliff, motionless, doing nothing. The siblings exchanged bewilderment, silently contemplating their own majesty as truly unpredictable. How can we possibly understand His Majesty's thoughts? The uncle, fiercely protective of Bai Luo, knew the reason, but couldn't voice it. If we guessed it, would he still be His Majesty? The siblings, along with Grandpa Andrew, instantly felt the uncle's words made perfect sense. That was His Majesty, the one with 3 miracles. Not long ago, the descendants of the tree elves also learned of Pegasus Shirley's existence. This couldn't be concealed, and there was no need to hide it any longer. Bai Luo and the others had long since established the character and loyalty of the descendants of the tree elves. They could trust their backs with confidence, they were trustworthy. Furthermore, over 50% of the miraculous power was no mere decoration. Only if the entire tribe of tree elves remained steadfastly loyal to Bai Luo would the miraculous power increase. Of this, the uncle was absolutely certain. At that moment, Bai Luo suddenly raised his head, noticing a change in the words on the Black Book. The word wait disappeared, replaced by keep waiting. Puff. Bai Luo nearly choked to death on the Black Book. Are you trying to piss me off so you can inherit my inheritance? Was the Black Book trying to tease him? It used to be just a riddle, but now it's more direct, revealing the words one by one. This is too much, isn't it? Bai Luo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Okay, I'll wait, isn't that okay? So, on the 7th day, Bai Luo looked at the 4 large words keep waiting on the Black Book and, for the first time, felt the helplessness of having power but nowhere to use it. Bai Luo's waiting wasn't just about sitting there. He also chose the time. Because the initial instructions called for both the moon and the sun, Bai Luo waited at dawn and in the middle of the night. Once, Bai Luo even waited from morning till night, a full 24 hours. Yet, it was all in vain. This, if you really want a task, just say it. But you said nothing, just letting Bai Luo wait. What's the point? Wait, keep waiting. Bai Luo, isn't it all the same? What's the difference? Is this a riddle? But I've been waiting for 7 days, every time period. What went wrong? Am I not understanding something? Bai Luo didn't get impatient. Instead, he patiently began to analyze, trying to figure out what he had done wrong. Shirley looked at Bai Luo in confusion, but saw that he was racking his brains, yet his efforts were in vain. If there were a fight, Shirley would definitely be the first to rush in. But Shirley couldn't do human work. Wait, keep waiting. What on earth is this? Bai Luo wandered back and forth on the cliff, even looking at Isifia, who had come to call him back for dinner, with a hint of confusion. Atón Island is 60 kilometers from north to south. At the speed of a horse, even on flat ground, including the time it takes to cross obstacles, it would take about 6 hours to reach it continuously. However, Atón Island is high in the middle and low at the ends, and with a distance of only 30 kilometers from the center to the four corners, speed can be increased significantly. On average, a round trip takes only 4 hours. Furthermore, these horses are no ordinary horses. They have been imbued with Lilith's miraculous power, and have gained intelligence. They are no longer ordinary horses. What's wrong? Senior sister rode a new warhorse. It wasn't Radish, but Radish was pregnant and being cared for. Radish's miraculous power was exceptionally strong, and Lilith declared that the newborn foal would surely become a miracle child, inheriting Shirley's miraculous power. It's okay. In front of his senior sister, Bai Luo acted calm. Just a little trouble, nothing to worry about. Yeah, senior sister, I thought you were in trouble. No trouble, The two stared at each other for a long time, and Bai Luo finally gave in, saying, okay, I'm in trouble, but it's not a big deal, because you didn't find a new miracle. Bai Luo hesitated for a moment, skipping over the black book, but nodded, well, this miracle is very special. Some things didn't need to be hidden from his senior sister. This time, Bai Luo might really need to ask his senior sister and uncle. What do you need to do? Is there anything I can help with? Yes, Bai Luo said, if someone asked you to wait somewhere and then stood you up 7 times, what would you think? Senior sister, impossible. Senior sister, 3 at most, and I'll kill him. Snap, brilliant. Bai Luo clapped his hands, thinking that his senior sister was truly a senior sister, so straightforward. But what if the other party has a deeper meaning? Then just wait quietly, the senior sister said, although simply waiting is very strange, I should be patient enough to wait. Patience, waiting, if you take the literal meaning, the senior sister said, it means simply waiting, or waiting for something, sunrise, sunset, full moon, tide, it could all be, but I've waited for everything. Bai Luo was about to say this, but he suddenly realized that no matter how hard he waited in the past few days, there was one thing he hadn't seen, a full moon. Because today was the full moon. It's not that I don't understand the meaning of waiting, but, damn, the timing is wrong. The waiting in the black book is waiting for the full moon, a day, not just the sun, moon, and stars. Because the full moon hasn't arrived yet, you're asked to wait. After waiting for a day, it still hasn't arrived, so you're asked to wait again. After 3 days, there are still a few days left, so you're asked to wait again. While there are solar and lunar eclipses in the sky, the black book won't issue such impossible tasks. Bai Luo understood, finally understood. Senior sister, you go back first. I'll sit for a while. Don't worry, with Shirley here, I can go home anytime. Okay, then, be safe. Senior sister always obeyed Bai Luo. She rarely disobeyed him. After she left, Bai Luo sat cross-legged, facing the sea. He closed his eyes, not in a daze, but immersed in his thoughts, truly calming himself. If the wait in the black book truly meant waiting for a day, then Bai Luo had truly waited in vain. Full moon night, no, not just full moon night, Bai Luo said, sitting quietly on the shore starting that evening. It's sunset now, evening, night soon arrived. The brilliant starry sky spanned the darkness, adorning the entire sky like a sea of shimmering gemstones, a breathtaking beauty. The full moon hung high in the sky, imbuing it with a unique beauty. So beautiful, Bai Luo sat on the cliff, the sea before him, its surface reflecting the stars. Bai Luo waited for most of the night, until the dawn appeared and the sun rose. However, there was still no movement in the black book. Bai Luo was not anxious, because according to his guess, the so-called waiting on the other party would most likely take a day. So, under the red sunset of the next day, Bai Luo heard the sound of flipping pages. At this border between the land and the sea, you saw the sun and the moon. In the past few days, you have waited for the day, the night, and the dawn. Now, You are closer to it, finally, it's here. At this moment, Bai Luo found that the words on the black book in his consciousness began to change quietly. Level? Type? Faction? Remaining time, none. You haven't found it yet, nor have you obtained it yet, but at least, it knows you, although you don't know it yet. Now, show your qualifications and prove to it that you can be its friend. Qualifications? Proof. Bai Luo knew that the contract mission of the fifth miracle had just officially begun. Just as Bai Luo was about to start the next plan, Bai Yingyang's voice came from above his head. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, something's wrong. Ships, a large number of ships are heading this way. They are pirate ships. Bai Yingyang, Miss Dolphin discovered it, and she immediately told the birds patrolling outside, now is not the time to do miracle missions. Bai Luo stood up, his previous dejection forgotten, and immediately displayed the composure of a leader. How many ships are there? Do you know the number of people on them? Can we find out? I can't estimate the number of people, but there are 33 ships. 33, Bai Luo thought for a moment, then asked, how big are they? 10 large ships, 20 medium-sized ships. A large ship could hold at least 80 people, while a medium-sized ship was smaller, holding around 30. But pirates don't care about the environment or space. If they squeeze in, they can at least double the number. So the maximum number could be 3,000, and the minimum could be 1,500. Bai Luo didn't think 3,000 was possible, but taking a middle number, he estimated 2,000. This figure was closer to his uncle's previous prediction of a total pirate force of around 3,000. How long will it take? Bai Yingyang replied, those ships are quite fast. Taking into account the round-trip time, they'll probably arrive by this evening. This evening, Bai Luo calculated, so that means more than 10 hours. Bai Luo nodded, having a general understanding of the situation. Bai Luo was naturally not afraid of pirates. As long as the other party did not have the power of miracles, Bai Luo would be invincible. Notify the people in the village immediately, let them gather in the village, and then prepare for battle. Yes, sir. White Eagle Silver can communicate with Lilith. When it flies over, the people in the village will come over immediately. At this time, Bai Luo found that there was another line of text on the black book. It prefers the ancient kings. Come on, bring your army, defeat these invading enemies, and let it see your kingly posture. How? Bai Luo laughed. He did not expect that the black book would come with such a task that suits his taste. Bai Luo shouted to the sea, just some rats, watch out for me. Watch how I kill them. If you like this book, you can join group 874,335,005. Chapter 54 The Goblin Clan. Bai Luo rode surely back to New Ata village. He crossed the forest and soon reunited with the others. Your Majesty, the White Eagle's news was delivered in batches. White Eagle Silver informed Bai Luo, while the others flew directly back to the village. By the time Bai Luo arrived, 160 Atenians were already prepared. The children had taken refuge in the forest, in a large treehouse specially built by Lilith. The house was decorated to resemble a genuine ancient tree, but with a space inside, connected to the underground root system. Each of these roots formed a passageway, providing both concealment and ventilation. Furthermore, there were numerous basements and ample space. These were stockpiled with supplies, allowing the children to be self-sufficient even as Bai Luo and his companions battled the enemy. There are 25 males and 25 females of the descendants of the tree elves, Bai Luo said. Of the Atón clan, there are 30 females, plus me, my uncle, Knowles, and John. A total of 84 people participated in the battle. The descendants of the tree elves were truly loyal. When Atón Island was attacked by pirates, they unhesitatingly committed almost all of their adult combatants, even the few elderly who could still fight. Such an attitude, their entire clan fighting alongside the Atón clan, deeply moved Bai Luo and made him cherish them even more. Miraculous power. 65%, there was still 35% left, but this was only the imperfect strength of the descendants of the tree elves. But Bai Luo could already sense their sincerity. The descendants of the tree elves are my people. As long as I am here, I will never let them suffer even the slightest humiliation. Thank you, old man. Your Majesty, Grandpa Andrew said. We are also part of Atón. After 2 weeks of living and interacting with them, the descendants of the tree elves had already grown fond of the simple and pure Atón clan. They wanted to build their homeland and create a future together with them. That's right, Bai Luo said solemnly. There are no humans now, nor are there descendants of the tree elves. There are only the Atón, and we are all Atón. The Atón had clearly transformed from a race into power, a nation. The Atón were proud of their place, but not arrogant, nor did they consider themselves superior. It was precisely for this reason that the Atón were respected and acknowledged by the descendants of the tree elves. They were a deeply inclusive people, willing to share, willing to live and die together, to rise and fall together. The prerequisite was that you join with sincerity, not with ulterior motives or calculations. If others treated the Atón kindly, the Atón would respond with courtesy. Conversely, the Atón feared no challenge. "We want to join the battle," too. The young witches, led by Elsa, expressed their desire to join. "Yes, why can Sister Fira, but not us? I can fight, too." Unfortunately, Fira was approaching adulthood, and Bai Luo had allowed her to join the battle. However, the remaining children were truly unable to do so. Maya, I don't think this is right." Little Maya mustered her courage and expressed her bravery to Shiro. Even the children of the tree elves began to bring up their age. "We're all over 120, 80 is a very old age, let's go to the battlefield too." Shiro was pleased to see the people of Atón so eager to fight, but there were some things he couldn't compromise on. "Your brothers and sisters need protection," Shiro said to Elsa and Maya. "So, use the magic you learned from Lilith to protect them, okay?" Faced with Shiro's request, the children had no choice but to nod in agreement. There was no way the pirates could get in, let alone discover the children. But it was better to be safe than sorry, and Shiro had to be prepared for anything. "Elsa," Shiro ruffled the girl's golden hair and smiled. "Leave it to you." Yes, Elsa was the best at learning magic, now able to cast 7 or 8 common fairy spells. Though still relatively ineffective, with her exceptional swordsmanship, even this 11-year-old girl could still slay a dozen pirates. Of course, this was Elsa, an elite juvenile unit, like a fledgling dragon. But not everyone was as talented as her. The Atonians wouldn't abandon those without talent. Atón culture and spirit centered on respecting the strong, protecting the weak, and nurturing the talents of each individual, rather than bullying the weak or blindly using strength as the sole criterion for elimination. "Everyone," Bai Luo told Shirley to turn around and ordered, "Let's set off, and talk as we go." There were still over 10 hours left, but reaching the coast would take at least 2. So, they had 10 hours left to make their plans. Bai Luo wasted no time, outlining his plan: select 20 men to form the cavalry. These cavalry would be almost entirely Atonians. Because the descendants of the tree elves weren't very skilled at riding, they were still in the process of training. Therefore, with the exception of Luania and the Anderson siblings, all 18 riders were Atonians. Among them were his uncle, his senior sister, Diana, Inya, Knowles, Jilla, Fira, and John, nearly the cream of the crop of Atón's elite, each capable of taking on 10, or even 100, forces. "You go ahead, but don't expose yourselves." Bai Luo's goal was to annihilate these pirates. "The White Eagle's data is unreliable. Our actions must be covert. If even one pirate escaped, Bai Luo would risk facing a pirate king who might possess a miraculous power." His uncle told Bai Luo that Morgan commanded at least tens of thousands of pirates and countless ships, with a high probability of containing miraculous units. These units weren't considered to be true miraculous entities, they were units capable of combat and possessing miraculous powers. Bai Luo currently knew of only 4 categories of miraculous entities: miraculous creatures, miraculous objects, miraculous resources, and miraculous races. These 4 miraculous entities released miraculous powers that could affect other people and objects. Thus, the third tier of miraculous qualified individuals and their derivatives emerged. Derivatives of the power of miracles, such as products mined from mines and crops grown in farmland, are examples. Those who qualify, such as the young witches gifted with magic by Lilith, as well as the cats and eagles who have become spirits, are considered the children of miracles, the second tier. Miracle soldiers aren't included in these first, second, and third tiers. Their definition is simply that they possess miracle powers, are capable of combat, and are multiple individuals. Just like the young witches, while weak, they are a type of miracle soldier. They're not the only ones. There's also cat lingling, silver eagle, seagull, and mouse. They're also miracle soldier types, and Bai Luo has given them a unified name: the Fairy Clan. In contrast, the Atón clan and the descendants of the tree elves lack miracle powers, so they were merely ordinary warriors, not miracle soldier types. "Lilith, go to the forest and prepare to awaken the tree people." "Understood," Lilith's ability is somewhat similar to summoning. These awakened treemen, though devoid of self and soul, are still considered miraculous troops. Don't underestimate summoned creatures. Lilith is incredibly powerful. Everyone, be careful. Let the pirates reach the island before attacking. We need to lure them in, Bai Luo said. We can't let any escape. Bai Luo's plan was simple: lure the pirates to the island, then utilize Lilith's powerful summoning technique to awaken a large number of treemen. Leveraging their power, they would annihilate the enemy. With Lilith's power, if the pirates recklessly charged, they would be utterly annihilated. While Bai Luo could ride Pegasus and lead Shirley in a surprise attack, the enemy was outnumbered, and Lilith's magic had a limited range. While a fight would undoubtedly be easy, if the enemy was determined to escape, Bai Luo would be powerless. There was no doubt the pirates would flee upon seeing Bai Luo's miraculous power. These guys were known for their bullying and fear of death. Therefore, they had to show weakness first, then find a suitable location to eliminate them. Bai Luo wasn't afraid of fighting. He was afraid the pirates wouldn't dare. He was even more worried that some of them might survive, fall into the sea, and then survive to pass on the news of Atón Island to Morgan. Bai Luo, with the lives of the Atón people on his shoulders, had to be cautious. Yes, as you command. After 2 weeks of military training, everyone's response was unanimous. Yes, Bai Luo nodded, then led the way. The cavalry needed to explore first, while the infantry could take their time. Lilith used levitation magic on them, then used the wind to propel them through the mountains and forests, saving energy. After about 2 hours, Bai Luo led them to the original port location. Bai Luo had Lilith use levitation magic to move the 3 ships to the island and hide them. Since she had to move constantly, her invisibility might not work, so she used physical concealment. Bai Luo had originally wanted Lilith to perform an illusion to trick the pirates and lure them directly ashore, but Lilith had not studied the town and was unable to create a convincing illusion. Fortunately, Bai Luo had discovered the pirates' communication code, which made the plan to annihilate them much easier. If the pirates come ashore, we'll annihilate them on land. That's the best method, but even if it doesn't work, we have to have backup and third-party plans ready. The uncle felt the odds of success were slim, and the pirates were experienced, so there was no reason to be so foolish. So, the uncle instructed Bai Luo to ride Shirley and Lilith across the sea, catch up to the ships, and break their masts one by one. If any escaped, they would have to be annihilated to the greatest extent possible. Uncle, you're right. It's always better to be cautious. Seeing that Bai Luo had accepted his advice, the uncle added, when the battle begins, you can ride Shirley and go underwater. Shirley will displace the water. They won't suspect anyone beneath the surface, the uncle instructed. Bai Luo. Take Shirley and Lilith. The forest is initially prepared, and monitor the pirates' movements. If there's any sign of trouble, immediately get behind the ships. This would save a lot of time and allow them to choose between Plan A and Plan B at any time. If the pirates escape, they can attack immediately, and there is no need to recall Lilith. If the pirates don't run away, then when they come ashore, Lilith will still have enough time to enter the mountains and forests and complete the awakening of the ancient tree. This plan is not perfect. The old uncle is Bai Luo's military advisor. He tried his best to make the preparations more thorough. We have too few people. If they split the troops, half go ashore, and half stay, ready to go for help at any time, the war will become more troublesome. Fortunately, pirates have different personalities. Instead of sending troops to investigate, they prefer their leaders to lead the troops directly to charge, so I think there is a high probability that the leader of this pirate group will go to the island himself. Even if they don't go to the island, we still have a way, the old uncle said confidently while smoking a cigarette. Lure them ashore. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 55. I am a great pirate. How can I escape without fighting? Captain, we're almost there. Dawn gradually rose in the darkness. A pirate squinted his eyes, gazing into the distance. Saros shook his head in disdain, pulling out an exquisite telescope. Captain, what is this? You've never seen it before, Saros laughed. It's found in that previous raiding party. It's called a telescope. The merchant captain brought it back from the Mountain Kingdom. The Mountain Kingdom even produces this, the pirate said. If we could plunder the mountain kingdom's waters, we'd be truly rich. What are you thinking? Sadat scolded. That sea over there belongs to that monster. Even my eldest brother doesn't dare to mess with it. Do you want to die? The pirate trembled with fear. Just then, the first mate approached. Boss, how long will we stay on the island? Rest for half a month. The old man's birthday is at least 3 months away, and we need time to prepare. If you're going to give me a gift, give me the best. It can't be any worse than what my brothers give me. Soon, they were getting closer. Suddenly, Sartre realized something was amiss. He repeatedly scanned the harbor and fishing village through his telescope, but saw no smoke or human figures. This puzzled Sartre. What's going on? According to past experience, the pirates should have spotted them long ago, sending up a cloud of black smoke, signaling the situation on the island through its changing patterns. But this time, no sign of anything. Something might be wrong on the island. Putting away his telescope, Sartre turned to his first mate. Someone's attacking the island. How could that be? Don't they know whose territory this is? They're taking our island and my old man's waters. Could it be someone from the Iron Eagle Kingdom? The Iron Eagle Kingdom never interferes with matters at sea, Sartre said. Besides, the Marquis of Springwater and His Majesty the Pirate King have been doing business for years. They wouldn't suddenly attack. As for the Earl of Thorns, he hasn't even left his castle. How could it be him, then? Could someone, blinded by greed, think they can challenge the East Sea's dominance and authority over the Eastern Sea? The first mate was truly stunned. Could such a fool really exist? That's Morgan, the Lord of Miracles. Who, aside from fellow Lords of Miracles, dares to provoke his wrath? No matter what, we must go and see. Saudi was a ruthless pirate, and over the decades, the island had indeed changed hands several times. But invariably, the pirates recaptured it and meted out the most brutal and bloody revenge. The last time the island was in trouble was 10 years ago, when the Chamber of Commerce and the Thorn Territory united to develop the island. Their failure was obvious. Furthermore, the Chamber of Commerce's maritime trade was targeted by all of Morgan's pirate groups. In just over a month, their ships were destroyed and they were bankrupt. Today, the Chamber of Commerce dares not even venture out to sea, forced to traverse mountains and cross rivers, struggling to survive. If that's the case, Saudi's facial scars grew more hideous. Then I'll show them who they can and can't mess with. Without hesitation, Saudi spread the news of the island's possible capture to the other pirate ships. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in fury. Kill them, take back our territory, ha, kill, we can keep killing again, oh, excellent. Bai Luo couldn't hear the pirates. But surely could. She perfectly relayed the conversation between Saudi and the first mate. Seeing the pirates' outcry, Bai Luo was delighted. This was exactly the attitude he'd been waiting for. Bai Luo had Shirley and Lilith investigate, and there wasn't a single trace of miraculous power on any of the 33 pirate ships. This showed that all the pirates were ordinary people. Even if their strength far surpassed the previous pirates, without a miracle, they were still a step behind. Could they be stronger than the Yadin clan and the descendants of the Tree Elves? How could they be? If it weren't for the fear of casualties, even without Bai Luo, with nearly 100 descendants of miracles under his command, Bai Luo would have dared to directly challenge this 2,000-man pirate fleet. There would be a price to pay, but the victory would undoubtedly be on Bai Luo's side. There are no ships in the harbor. Excellent. Based on basic judgment, Saudi had no idea this was a trap. He couldn't imagine that Bai Luo had the means to know their whereabouts half a day in advance and orchestrate such a plot. Watching them sail toward Atón Island, Bai Luo thought to himself, hell is right before our eyes, step into it. Soon, the pirates arrived within a kilometer of the island. From afar, Saudi Arabia could already clearly see part of the island through binoculars. Meanwhile, senior sister, uncle, and the others also responded. Uncle used the women and the elderly among them as bait for the pirates, further solidifying their intention to attack. Women and children, all women and children. Saudi Arabia saw no male descendants of the Tree Elves. They only saw women of the Atón clan, and women of the Tree Elf clan, their heads covered, their pointed ears covered. Damn it, you don't even take me seriously. Saudi Arabia was furious. They stole my island, didn't garrison it, and only left a few elderly and weak. How could this be tolerated? For decades, only others feared Saudi Arabia. Had he ever experienced such humiliation? Don't be careless, Captain. The first mate quickly grabbed Saud. We didn't leave any ships behind. This was a warning to the enemy that our main force was out there. If they touched the island, they would face retaliation. They can't be that stupid, so it's a trap. Saud pointed ahead. He was tempted to suspect something, but his usual arrogance made him completely disregard his opponent. In 20 years of sailing the seas, Saud had never encountered a decent opponent, and he had never known anyone in this East China Sea dared to oppose him. Something's wrong, it's really wrong, the first mate repeatedly dissuaded him. Our men are missing. Where have they gone? There were over 1,200 of them. Are they all dead? How could they have killed so many pirates? How could they only have 70 or 80? There's something wrong when things are out of the ordinary. This saying doesn't exist in this world, but similar proverbs do exist. Saud calmed down. His first mate was his military advisor. While not a master strategist, he was certainly quite resourceful. After repeated admonitions, Saudi began to hesitate. Then what do you say? I'm the captain of a pirate king, a great pirate with a bounty of tens of thousands of gold coins, and I'm fleeing without a fight. If Saudi knew about the empty city strategy, he would probably have uttered it right then and there. The empty city strategy was a self-defeating tactic. If there were only a few dozen women on the other side, and they scared off 2,000 ferocious pirates, did Saudi still have the nerve to live in this world? It's like buying tofu, and if you can, you'll be killed on the spot. That's not difficult to solve. The plan was his own, and the first mate quickly said, Captain, send 2 pirate ships ashore to search. If the people are few, we'll attack them directly. If they're many, we'll retreat. Even if you're brave and fearless, rushing into it knowing it's a trap is like hanging your own neck on the gallows. Saudi was deeply dissatisfied with the first mate's strategy, as if he was afraid of Atón Island. Pirates were no better than gangsters and thugs. They were all uneducated. If it weren't for the first mate, Saudi would have brought his men ashore and attacked after the island was plundered. However, the uncle considered that a pirate group that had been able to dominate the seas for so long couldn't be completely idiotic. Success wasn't just accidental, it was often inevitable, with a bit of luck thrown in. Saudi has no capable men under his command, so he's doomed. Then, what if there were capable men? Bai Luo recalled his previous conversation with his uncle. The ship stopped. Bai Luo frowned slightly, his hand already on his crossed sword, ready to strike. He was now directly to the side of the pirate flagship, maintaining a distance of about 40 meters, following it. If the ship is only stopping, not retreating, don't move. What if the ship turned around? If they left without even knowing the situation? Do you think that's possible? Bai Luo, the enemy, without even any evidence, fled in disgrace, and then found someone to attack. In the world of pirates, this is enough to be labeled as a coward and a loser, and there is no point in mixing with them. If the other party leaves without even sending anyone, it must be fake. The old uncle has considered almost every possible situation. Bai Luo released his hand that was pressing the cross sword. He stretched and continued to observe. He could take action now, cut off the masts of all the ships, and then slowly clean them up. But he was alone, and the speed was too slow. If thousands of pirates fled in all directions, it would be really troublesome. So, be cautious, and be cautious again. For Atón, Bai Luo must choose the most reliable and secure plan to ensure that no pirate can escape from them. Chapter 56, Sooner or Later Pill. Okay, I'll listen to you. Saud gritted his teeth and finally made the decision to send 2 ships ahead to explore. Meanwhile, the pirates in the group were bewildered. Their boss's actions were tantamount to risking their lives. If this wasn't an empty city tactic, then these 2 ships would be doomed sooner or later. To use a chess analogy, it's like using a cannon to lure out the opposing rook. The rook might be destroyed, but the cannon can't be held back. Pirates aren't an army, they lack military discipline. Either everyone attacks together, or no one attacks. There's no point in letting one group die to protect the others. However, under pressure from Saud's brutality and tyranny, the nearly 100 pirates aboard the 2 medium-sized pirate ships were forced to break away from the fleet and head towards Atón Island. Just as my uncle said, Bai Luo stared into the distance, then back at Saud, noticing a clear discomfort on his face. A reckless man versus a wise man, unless the latter demonstrates overwhelming wisdom, it's hard to convince the former. If one mistake is made, and a reckless person gets angry, even the smartest person will lose their head. A wise person knows how to judge gains and losses. Bai Luo laughed. A reckless person only takes his anger out on others, Your Majesty, Bai Luo heard some noises. It was the voices of numerous fish, including a dolphin and a dozen sharks. Dolphin Moon, captain of the Atón Expeditionary Exploration Team, reports to His Majesty. This was none other than Miss Dolphin, and the sharks accompanying her were fairy sharks blessed by Lilith with miraculous power. Yes, if anyone jumps into the sea later, Bai Luo looked at the fairy sharks. Remember not to eat them, just bite off their legs. With their legs lost in the water and so many sharks watching, they were doomed. Lilith, you can go back. Yes, Lilith played a crucial role in the plan. Pirates are coming. On Atón Island, the Atón people had long anticipated this situation. The women retreated almost the moment they saw the pirate ship. Chirp, chirp, due to the nature of the fishing village, the pirates didn't use rockets, firing ordinary arrows instead. However, the Atón were so formidable that they couldn't help but prepare. As soon as they were out of range, they quickly retreated into the forest. As the over 100 pirates came ashore, hesitation was evident on their faces. But that hesitation vanished completely upon seeing the female descendants of the tree elves. Beautiful, these women. How can these women be so beautiful? They're mine, ha 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 ha. Faced with such beauty, reason was impossible. The screams they left behind as they fled sent the pirates into a frenzy, and they burst into laughter as they chased them into the forest. Uncle even anticipated this. Bai Luo hadn't expected this to be the reason the pirates had so obediently entered the forest. The pirates on the ship were far away, so they naturally couldn't see them. But the pirates ashore would undoubtedly have noticed the Atón's beauty. Greedy and lustful, they were unaware of their imminent death. Death is not a pity. Ah, help, what is this? Ah, sharp arrows shot out, dispatching some of the pirates. The rest were snatched up by the vines released by Lilith. Heartbreak, Lilith raised her finger, and an invisible miraculous force instantly hypnotized all the pirates present. Hypnosis lasted only a limited time, and there were certain requirements for the number of people and mental capacity. If it was someone like the old man, or a child of miracle or a derivative with miraculous powers, the heartbreak would be ineffective. Lilith wasn't a miracle worker in the hypnotic field, she merely dabbled in that area through her fairy magic. Essentially, she was still an amateur. That's enough, old man. Lilith showed great respect for the old man, and the old man smiled at her. The uncle first reviewed the pirate code he'd obtained over 10 days ago with the pirates. After confirming it was correct, he said to Lilith, "Next, Miss Lilith, I'll trouble you, leave it to me." Lilith raised her hand, and all the bewildered pirates stood up with silly smiles and headed for the beach. Captain, elsewhere, on the pirate ship, the pirates saw black smoke rising from the island, a signal. Furthermore, many pirates were walking along the beach with women tied, even waving and cheering at Saros on the pirate flagship. Haha, Saros was no longer worried. There's really no one here. Those fools. This time, even the first mate couldn't say anything. He was indeed smart and knew when to advance and retreat. If he told Saros to be careful again and again, with Saros's fiery temper, the first mate would definitely not end well. Once was a suggestion, twice was suspicion, and 3 times was disobedience. There was no such thing as disobedience in pirate rules. The captain's authority is absolute, and the captain's orders are absolute. Speed up. Saudi couldn't see the women clearly, assuming they were ordinary women. Those women, you'll have them as a reward? Oh, the pirates' morale, previously dampened, was rekindled by the allure of the women. They docked their ships and disembarked in small boats. Puff, watching most of the pirates disembark, Bai Luo took stock and, riding surely, charged onto the surface. Without waiting for the pirates to slumber, Bai Luo launched his attack. Hiss, the neighing of Pegasus accompanied a dazzling white light, and blades of wind pierced the air, landing on the flagship's mast. These ships also carried numerous trebuchets. While their range was modest, no more than 200 meters, Bai Luo could not let his guard down against large-scale weapons of war. Bang! Clack! Clack! What's going on? Saud, aboard a small boat, looked back in surprise. The sight of a Pegasus made his eyes widen. What is that? A flying horse? Why does a horse have wings and can fly? The pirates, who had never seen a Pegasus, had no concept of one, and their minds were in a state of panic. Miracle! Saud's heart skipped a beat. His face darkened as he realized something. Chirp, 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 Shirley's flight signaled the Atonian attack. Sharp arrows hurled from the forest, leaving the pirates less than 20 meters from shore, unable to advance or retreat. Ambush. Another ambush. What the hell is going on? Those guys, what are they doing? Hadn't they already dealt with the enemy at sea? Why would there be another attack? Boom. Shirley swooped down, thunder thundering from the sky. Saud felt a roar in his ears, and then he was plunged into endless darkness. Captain, Saudi fell into the sea, and the turtles and dolphins who had been waiting there immediately captured him. The first mate didn't know Saudi's situation, but now that the captain was away, he became the leader of this team. What's going on? A rough-bearded man saw that the number of the Atón people was no more than 100. Just now, there was such a good opportunity to attack, but they only sent out so few people, and most of them were women. They are few, they are few. He seemed to understand something, and he hurriedly shouted, "Don't be afraid, they are bluffing, there are not that many of them." The signal was forced out, and the pirate waved his hand to indicate that he must have been coerced. "Go ashore. Everyone, go ashore," the rough-bearded man shouted. "Follow me." Chapter 57 The Lost Kingdom. Don't charge. Don't charge. However, the first mate's reaction was completely different. Seeing the Pegasus, he'd already guessed it was some kind of miracle. "Follow me and kill." Unfortunately, before the first mate could call for a halt, the pirates were completely enraged. They just won a great victory, and had never suffered such humiliation before. The boss was dead, so what? How could they be the boss if the boss wasn't dead? What a worthless first mate, just a shrewd military advisor. What right did he have to command them? Clatter, 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 the pirates finally reached shore, having already lost over 100 of their companions. So many dead in just a few minutes. But this didn't frighten the pirates, it only fueled their ferocity. "Woman. Kill the man, the woman is mine." You weren't scared by Shirley, Bai Luo thought. It was probably because they were too frightened to think straight, only focused on getting ashore and fighting. A bit like a berserker on a steroid. We can't continue. They have a miracle. They have a miracle. While most pirates didn't know what a miracle was, the first mate knew, he'd even seen it himself. That flying Pegasus, it's a miracle. We must not fight a miracle. Retreat, retreat now. Before he could finish his words, the bearded man roared and charged, stabbing him through the chest. "I've tolerated you for so long. Run, run, run. A loser like you, you're even considered first mate." The first mate was originally mine. It was mine. Saud's death immediately sparked internal strife. Killing the first mate would instantly make the strongest captain, and all the benefits would converge on him. Humanity's second nature, Bai Luo pondered as he slashed the masts of the ship one by one. When faced with a major crisis, humans still prioritize resolving internal discord. This is true, but the best approach is to forget their grudges and unite. However, this was an idealized scenario. The most common scenario was that to expel the barbarians, one must first pacify the country. Bai Luo was eager for this, for the new leader was a true advocate of war. His strategy was simple and brutal: kill them all. Kill them all. You can't scare me, kill them all. Ha 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 ha. At the rear of the fleet, Bai Luo laughed, a hearty laugh. He was now focused on eliminating the remaining pirates on the pirate ship. With Shirley, she would be like a radar, perfectly telling Bai Luo where the enemy was. If they were hiding in the cabin, he would sink the entire ship. Bai Luo didn't need so many ships. With a small population of Atón, 3 large ships would be more than enough. Quick! Jump into the sea. Shirley instantly crushed the pirates. The force of wind blades, storm, and thunder terrified them. Plop! But was entering the sea safe? What the hell? Shark! There's a shark! The shrill screams, accompanied by the blood from torn legs, made countless pirates who wanted to jump pale. "I surrender. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Those who surrender will not be killed," Bai Luo shouted. "Everyone, lay down your weapons and squat on the deck. Don't worry, I won't kill prisoners." Hearing that they still had a chance to survive, the nearly 200 pirates remaining on the pirate ship immediately surrendered. Seeing this, Bai Luo sneered inwardly, but why not? "Follow me." The new pirate leader, knowing the enemy was in the forest, led the charge. But before he could show off his power for long, a behemoth charged towards them. Bang! The immense force of the kick shattered the pirate leader's skull. Like a golf ball, it flew over the fishing village and landed on the beach. Galileo, the ancient trees transformed into tree men, the smaller ones standing about 15 meters tall, their waists as thick as 2 people could hug. Boom! Boom! The tallest tree men, like self-propelled, 1,000-year-old trees required 10 men to hug them. Their towering, lush branches rested on their heads like afros, and every step made the earth tremble. What is this? The pirates were stunned, once again. Nearly 23 men stood before them. Though few in number, their fighting power surpassed human imagination. A pirate tried to flee, but vines spun from the tree men like frogs, forcibly sweeping them away, leaving only a pitiful scream. The tree men waved their arms, their massive branches swirling like sweeping garbage, sending pirates flying one after another. Bang! The taller tree men were even more decisive, lifting their roots and stomping down, leaving a bloody mess. Run! Run! The arrows rained down relentlessly, taking the lives of pirate after pirate. Especially when some pirates tried to jump into the sea to escape, the sharks appeared, once again blocking their path. My legs! My legs! Underwater? There are monsters underwater. There are monsters underwater too. Get ashore! Get ashore! The pirates who were about to enter the water retreated upon seeing this, but their companions had already rushed forward. More screams and heavy casualties followed. The cavalry charged, galloping across the beach and forest, slaughtering the fleeing pirates, lest any of them slip through and threaten the children. Charge! Charge! Among the cavalry, the young Phyra stood out. She wielded a longsword in her right hand and a magic wand in her left, aiming it at the pirates running ahead. Bang! 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 The invisible shockwaves struck their backs, sending them flying into the air with such force that they spun several times before collapsing. Tram! 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 The horses galloped, deliberately trampling on the backs of the fallen pirates. That single blow was enough to shatter their internal organs, leaving them vomiting blood with wounds. Monsters! These monsters! Phyra ignored the pirates' cries. The Atons were usually simple and innocent, but when facing an enemy, they were truly more brutal than demons. They knew no mercy, only slaughter. We surrender finally, unable to bear the agony of being attacked from all sides, with no escape, they raised their hands and begged for mercy. It was truly ridiculous. Pirates who never spared anyone alive would actually allow their enemies to spare them. Ridiculous. Bai Luo found it amusing, but he still ordered his men to halt the attack and demanded that all pirates gather. Soon, Bai Luo led everyone to the beach, where he looked at his uncle, and the two men decisively swapped places. You said you wouldn't kill us, you said you wouldn't kill us, the pirates who had surrendered on the ship cried out, but Bai Luo paid them no mind. Kill! With the old uncle's command, the descendants of the tree elves immediately drew their swords and began their slaughter. This wasn't Bai Luo's request, but the collective plea of the descendants of the tree elves. They would personally put an end to these evil pirates. For years, the descendants of the tree elves had been forced to hide in the mountains and forests because of the threat of these pirates. Now, they had finally taken revenge. Swish! Repeatedly, the sharp blade swung, and heads fell to the ground. At least 1,000 pirates were beheaded by Bai Luo on the shore, and with this, the pirate crisis in the waters of Atón Island came to a temporary end. During this period, Bai Luo had Lilith and Shirley specifically sense the pirates' presence for safety reasons. To this extent, Bai Luo was extremely cautious. If even after all this, there was nothing Bai Luo could do, he had truly tried his best. Tell me what you know. The last pirate Bai Luo left behind was Saudi. He had Lilith cast a hallucination spell on him, and successfully extracted a lot of information from him. The Pirate King's birthday, the uncle hadn't anticipated such a development. And he's Sigrian's sworn brother. It seems we have to deal with Sigrian before we can face Morgan. You mean Morgan's 6 adopted sons and daughters, now at sea? Bai Luo had naturally inquired with his uncle about the situation surrounding the area, so he was quite familiar with Pirate King Morgan's power. According to Saudi's pattern of action, no one would care even if he disappeared for 6 months, the uncle said. But he needs to trade with Sigrian soon. If he doesn't show up, Sigrian will definitely send someone, so how much time do we have? At least 3 months. It would take Sigrian at least a month to notice Saudi's disappearance, and then send someone to inquire and investigate. The back and forth would take quite a while. And then, waiting for Sigrian to lead his troops to attack would take at least 2 or 3 months, too late in the vast ocean. It's just Sigrian, not Morgan. Yes, the old man nodded, saying, that's how pirates think. When they encounter an enemy, they don't first seek help, but instead think of solving the problem on their own. Notifying Morgan would be a sign of incompetence. Therefore, Sigrian would definitely come to meet Bai Luo in person, which is also one of the pirate's shortcomings. Then according to you, Uncle, if we wait until we've eliminated Sigrian and Morgan discovers it, wouldn't that delay it for a few more months? What Bai Luo needed most right now was time. The seeds of Atón Island had been planted. Bai Luo's next task was to attract a sufficient population to Atón Island and develop it into true Atón people, but this wouldn't take a day or two, it would take years. Even if Atón had a population of 10 million, these people would still be just numbers, ready to betray Bai Luo and abandon Atón at any moment. After all, Bai Luo's death would only mean a change of lord, essentially no difference. In contrast, the Tree Elves and the Atón clan would stand by Bai Luo through thick and thin, refusing to yield, let alone turn to the enemy. A large population is needed to strengthen the nation's logistics. If food runs low, let them farm it. If soldiers die in battle, recruit them from the people. But the problem is, Bai Luo has the miracle pocket and Lilith, so he doesn't need a lot of manpower. As for the army, training miracle soldiers takes time, and Shirley and Lilith's production is limited. It's not as if more people mean more miracle children. If that were the case, would the animals teeming in the mountains and the fish in the sea have already become fairies? In a miracle war, facing an enemy possessing miracle powers, ordinary people are like cannon fodder, playing no decisive role. Of course, if these people were united and willing to fight and die for Bai Luo, then it goes without saying that mortals would be equally capable of fighting. But is that possible? Without decades, how can one gain the recognition of these outsiders, so that they will fight for Bai Luo for the greater good? How much effort would it take to cultivate a sense of national belonging and honor without any foundation? We need a population, but we can't just find them randomly, we have to cultivate them slowly. Atón's crops offer a perfect opportunity. Seek out those who are hungry and cold, let them experience the beauty of Atón and develop a sense of belonging. This way, the number of true Atonites will naturally increase. With a sense of belonging, cultivating loyalty to Bai Luo and then selecting miracle soldiers capable of adapting to the power of miracles will be much easier. A battle with Sigrian is far better than confronting Morgan right now. Even before deciding to head to Atón Island, his uncle had predicted various scenarios Atón would encounter at sea. Over 100 possibilities, large and small. Bai Luo and his senior sister patiently listened to his uncle's strategic plan. One move can affect the entire body. Bai Luo was referring to the pirates on Atón Island, a mere possibility predicted by his uncle, and surprisingly, it came true. Are you worried? What is there to worry about? Aren't we invincible? Bai Luo said bluntly. There are only 200 people in Atón Island in total. It's just a matter of a few ships. If he really can't win, he will let everyone get on the ship and then turn around and run away. Bai Luo is a very honest person. He has been able to endure the exploitation of unscrupulous businessmen for many years, so this little thing is naturally nothing big. Of course, this is just a mentality, and it is also the worst plan of the Atón people. Yes, the worst plan. Abandon Atón Island and take all the tribesmen away from this sea area. They are few in number and can live anywhere. As long as they have money, they will never starve to death. Elsa and the others have begun to gain the power of Lilith. Atón is getting stronger every minute. The longer it drags on, the greater Bai Luo's advantage will be. Besides, some things are unavoidable and will inevitably come to pass. Since I've decided to become the Lord of Miracles and develop my own power, I have no choice but to face them. While the Atón people could leave the sea area, going to the mainland would mean they'd have to face other nations, and going to other seas would mean they'd have to face other pirate kings. Better to defend Atón Island and fight Morgan's forces instead. The moment Bai Luo made his choice, he was thrust into the midst of the miracle feast, a participant in the Clash of Kings. We haven't yet entered the stage, so this period is a perfect time for us to develop freely, the old uncle said. I wouldn't say half a year, but 4 or 5 months is a good time. That's enough. With 4 or 5 months, Atón's first batch of miracle troops should be ready. Besides, Bai Luo wasn't limited to this level of strength. Kill him, Bai Luo decided, and casually issued the order to execute Saudi. Without even a glance at the vicious pirate captain, he mounted Shirley and flew towards the cliff. Regardless of what happens next, Bai Luo's priority now is to do his utmost to enhance his and Yatin's combined strength. Morgan, to put it bluntly, is nothing more than a miracle master. Population and land are vanity. Only the number of miracles is the ultimate measure of a power's foundation and strength. And now, Bai Luo has encountered his 5th miracle. What is a true king? Be merciful when you should be merciful. and cruel when you should be cruel. Don't underestimate your opponents simply because you're strong, and don't abandon your plans just because you have the upper hand." The old man's words echoed in Bai Luo's ears, and he once again reached the edge of the cliff. "Do you think I have the qualities of a king?" Swish! Bai Luo flipped open the black book at this moment, looking at the 5th page. The text there had changed significantly. Level, type, faction, lost realm. The attributes of the 5th miracle. The words Lost Realm appeared beside the previously blurred faction. Lost Realm, Bai Luo currently possessed 5 miracles. The faction of the Hatsuman Holy Bag was God Age Dusk, Pegasus Shirley's faction was Northward Earth, and Fairy Lilith's faction was Ideal Coast. Then there were the descendants of the Tree Elves, who also belonged to the Northward Earth. Regarding the miracle factions, Bai Luo, possessing 3 miracles, had asked his uncle about them. His uncle explained that there were many miracle factions. According to the ancient texts left by their ancestors, the Atón clan, a total of 28 miracle factions had appeared throughout history. However, the vast majority of these were not recorded in these ancient texts, and even more have been lost to this day. Even his uncle only knew the names of some of them, but had no idea what these miracle factions actually meant or what they were used for. "You don't know either?" Bai Luo asked his uncle this, and his uncle replied, "If I had to guess, I think the faction is likely connected to an ancient history, just history, that's what I think." His uncle had investigated miracles in his youth, but he never found any use for miracle factions. Even most miracle masters didn't know which faction a miracle belonged to. Only Bai Luo possessed the Black Book, which could intuitively display the attributes of a miracle. Other miracle masters wouldn't bother with this, since there were no attribute conflicts or faction restraints. My uncle said that the Lost Realm is an extremely rare faction, even among the many miracles, his uncle told Bai Luo. Information about the Lost Realm was recorded in the ancient Book of Atón, but due to war, a portion of the book was lost. The Lost Realm was that lost part, so his uncle's only understanding of the faction was just knowing its name. "So, what exactly are you?" Bai Luo refocused his attention on the Black Book. "It has acknowledged you and decided to recognize you as its king. If you are willing, you can call yourself its master." What a casual miracle. Bai Luo always felt that the other party was a bit of a big shot. "It feels like he is very willful. Please offer sacrifices here and present gifts that will make it happy." Huh? Seeing this, Bai Luo was a little confused. Sacrifice? Offer gifts? Or what it likes? Is this a god? A new miracle? Is it a god? There is no concept of gods in the world of miracles. Even if the other party is as powerful as a god, once he is obtained by the Lord of Miracles, he has to obey the Lord of Miracles. Bai Luo doesn't care about this. But the problem is, Bai Luo doesn't know what it likes. No, that's it? That's it. Bai Luo felt that the miracle on the 5th page was really unique. Bai Luo didn't even know where the it referred to in the Black Book was or what it looked like. Nearby, Bai Luo looked around, but found nothing. So he stuck his head out of the cliff, but all he could see was the azure water, the glittering seabed so bright that he could almost see it, and no sign of any living creature. So, the miracle on the 5th page is there, invisible and intangible, yet omnipresent. But this sacrifice doesn't seem to be that difficult. The key difficulty lies in the gift. Bai Luo didn't know what the other party liked. Forget it, there's no time limit anyway, so I'll think about it slowly. As for now, Bai Luo looked at the Atón people. Their faces were filled with the joy of defeating the enemy. Bai Luo did not let them down. After riding Shirley back to the tribe, he immediately announced, "Let's have a banquet." Chapter 58 Silly Princess. Hearing the word banquet, all the Atonians rejoiced. Inya, in particular, led a burst of eerie cries. Eula Eula, the descendants of the Tree Elves, mistaking it for Atón's unique victory cry, joined in. Bai Luo immediately slapped Tianhan, saying, "What are you yelling for, hey?" Inya clutched her head, still grinning foolishly, leaving Bai Luo helpless. "Bring out the wine, and drink tonight." Previously, Bai Luo had always exercised military-style control over Atón. Drinking was forbidden in the army, at least. But now it was different. The pirate incident was over, and Atón Island was filled with joy. They could finally revel. The old uncle had extracted a great deal of information from the pirates, which reassured everyone and brought a sigh of relief. "We've won." As was customary before the celebration, Bai Luo took the stage to give a speech. He simply said a few words before leaving everyone alone. "I now declare the banquet officially open. Everyone may enjoy the drinks and food. Anyone who thinks they have a talent is welcome to come on stage and showcase it. Cheers. With that, Bai Luo raised his glass, and all the people of Atón followed him. Cheers to our king. The banquet began, and it was a lively affair. There were plenty of entertainments. After all, Atón was a nation that valued military power. Norse took the stage with his spear, the senior sister's sword dance, and Zira's sharpshooting skills drew countless cheers. Afterward, the young witches showcased their recent learning, performing one magical spell after another. They weren't powerful, and many couldn't be used in combat, but when put to use in a performance, they were truly spectacular. While the children were stunned as they watched the girls dancing in the sky, trapped in transparent bubbles. Pop! The bubbles burst, transforming into countless flowers, carrying the girls down to the ground. Flowers drifted in the breeze, their fragrance filling the audience. Everyone could clearly smell the scent, and some even picked up a petal, finding it incredibly lifelike. But soon, the petal vanished. The young witch's magic was based on mana. Unlike Lilith, they didn't possess unlimited mana, so their magic was time-limited and flawed. Perhaps once they grew stronger and their mana more potent, they would be able to unleash powerful spells. But for now, they could only perform sleight of hand and trickery. Next, it's the goblin drama, the birth of a king. Bai Luo, also seated, wasn't entirely clear on tonight's program. After all, they had just fought the pirates, so there was no rehearsal, so the performance was largely improvisation. The Atón people are incredibly talented. The young witches took advantage of the martial arts demonstration to pull off a remarkable trick. Did the goblins also prepare a play during the performance? And so, under Bai Luo's expectant gaze, the goblins took the stage. In the vast expanse of snow, Aaliyah was the narrator, her voice captivating. Her lines flowed like poetry, and were incredibly moving. Next, the animals took the stage. They ranged in size: cats, mice, white eagles, and Leon and Sheila's own white wolves. The story they told was of Shiro and the rise of the Atón people. Shiro battled Silvermane, single-handedly defeating the terrifying monster and being crowned king. Shiro? Then, as if divinely assisted, he displayed extraordinary power one after another, bringing prosperity to the Atón people. Shiro could understand this. After all, miracles couldn't be leaked through any means, and the goblins were clearly restricted in this regard, so they wouldn't reveal their stories no matter what. And it all started with that terrifying wild boar. Wild boar, Shiro frowned again, and when he looked up, his whole body was in a state of panic. The wild boar is coming. Inya, wearing a wild boar mask, walked out from behind the scenes with a reckless gait. Puff, countless people burst into laughter at the same time. Inya, you're such a genius. Ha 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 ha, I can't stand it. How interesting. Wild boar king Inya, you're really working hard to become king. Bai Luo understood. This story wasn't really about Bai Luo at all. The protagonist was actually that wild boar, the most powerful wild boar king in history, the ferocious beast that had conquered Bai Luo. With 7 brothers no less powerful than himself, it prepared to lay siege to the newly crowned king Atón. This girl, Bai Luo, wasn't upset. In fact, Inya's actions weren't wrong. Having a leg broken by a boar was certainly shameful. But if the wild boars were transformed into powerful monsters, and Bai Luo fought 1 against 8, defeating 7, only to be ambushed by the last, then the story would be different. Inya's boldness clearly wasn't acting on her own initiative. She must have consulted her uncle and senior sister. The people of Atón need history, and Bai Luo must be defied. It's just for the dramatic effect. And really, with the addition of the little animals and Inya's natural performance, this play was hilarious. Even Bai Luo laughed until his stomach lurched. The only 2 people who remained calm throughout the entire show were the uncle and the senior sister. Well, 2 icebergs, the most mature people in Atón. It was impossible to laugh. I would never do something so damaging to my image. The uncle, is this funny? Yes, but can a mature old man laugh? Of course not. The senior sister, is this funny? Okay, but can a mature, big woman laugh? Of course not. The play ended, and Inya became a complete celebrity. The most courageous woman in Atón. Because of this comedy, she was honored as the Wild Boar Queen. That same night, everyone gave Inya a noble title, Princess Silly. Inya was Bai Luo's sister, and thus the Princess of Atón. As for the nickname Hanhan, it embodied the Atonians' love for Inya. Of course, this was a nickname only they could call her, a private term of endearment. Any outsider who dared to call her so would be punished with bloodshed. Drink. We're not going home until we're drunk tonight, the show concluded, and it was time for the Atonians' beloved drinking spree. Bai Luo asked Lilith to bring out the pirates' vast stockpile of food. While Bai Luo disliked eating it, it made little difference in making wine. So, Lilith unleashed her fairy magic, concocting a wide variety of drinks for the Atonians. Almost everyone present, save the old uncle, drank to their heart's content. Even the senior sister didn't refuse. The descendants of the tree elves could also drink, but they preferred fruit wine. You always want to be the calmest person. Bai Luo found the old uncle by the lake, where he sat, enjoying the breeze and the sea. Construction on the port has begun. This is the uncle's plan. He wants to create a gathering place there to attract people. I'm calm enough. But you haven't drunk enough, the uncle gave Bai Luo a smile, his aged face etched with concern. I've been really busy lately. As the leader, you can't miss tonight's celebration banquet. You have to accompany them. There's Inya. Bai Luo had just finished speaking when a young girl's arrogant laughter echoed from behind. I'll drink my brother's wine tonight. You want to force my brother to drink the dregs that even I can't handle. Hey you. Anderson, don't think I can't see you holding your glass down. Finish it quickly. And Knowles, are you raising goldfish? I'm putting this on notice today. Inya, I'm the greatest drinker in Atón. What's 10? I'll beat 100. Ahoha. Listening to Inya's arrogant laughter, Bai Luo and the uncle looked at each other, ultimately choosing to ignore it. She has inherited senior sister's drinking capacity, right? No, Fia can drink a lot too. The old uncle shook his head. It's just that she doesn't drink much. Senior sister likes to drink, and here, liking is more like tasting rather than guzzling. Senior sister is willing to try every new kind of wine. But her drinking posture is very elegant, with a combination of aloofness and nobility. She sits there quietly, like a solitary queen, slowly savoring the red wine in the crystal glass. Atón's wine is actually quite good, with fragrant spirits, sweet fruit wine, and very refreshing beer. This has brought Atón a lot of special drinks. The old uncle suggested building a tavern in the future port city, a perfect intelligence station. Chapter 59 Sacrifice. Sacrifice? That word has a lot of connotations, the old uncle, smoking a pipe, said. Tell me about it. By now, the old uncle and his senior sister had long suspected Bai Luo's ability to find miracles, but they wouldn't ask. Instead, they would do their best to keep the secret from as few people as possible. Even they themselves would forget about it and avoid discussing it. Unless Bai Luo came to them personally. To sacrifice to an unknown thing, use the tribute it likes. After listening to Bai Luo's story, the old uncle began to think, the Lost Kingdom? Yeah, this is a blind spot in my knowledge. Although the old uncle is very powerful, there is nothing he can do if he is asked to find something he can't find. Most of Atón's ancient books were lost with the rebellion of the Iron Eagle King. I don't know much about the history and legends of the 28 camps of miracles, plus, the Lost Kingdom is one of the more mysterious ones, the old uncle said. I have also been seeking advice from Brother Andrew these days, but he only has some knowledge of the Northland. As for the Lost Kingdom, then uncle, what do you think we should use as tribute? It shouldn't be a living sacrifice. The old uncle can be sure that this is not the case. Among the 28 camps, the Lost Kingdom is a very civilized, orderly, and ethical one. If it is a miracle from this camp, it will definitely not be so evil. If what you are talking about this time, Xiao Luo, is the foolish old banquet, the old uncle said in a deep voice, then I have to tell you to be careful. Is there any problem with this camp? Bai Luo would receive more miracles in the future, and perhaps he would actually encounter the foolish old feast. The foolish old feast is a rather strange miracle faction, but miracles ultimately depend on their master. There's no such thing as an absolutely evil miracle power, the old uncle said, so even if you encounter one in the future, I simply urge you to be careful, not to give up on it. After all, miracles can't harm their masters, but apart from their masters, not all miracles are as gentle as Shirley and Lilith. Don't worry, I'll be cautious. Bai Luo never ignored the old uncle's words, and he memorized his uncle's instructions carefully. As for this sacrifice, the old uncle thought for a moment and said, is time pressing? Probably not. According to the laws of the Black Book, the miracle on page 5 already belonged to Bai Luo. No one except him could awaken the other's miracle power. If there's no rush, let's investigate first, but we can still try. Maybe we'll get lucky, the uncle said. How about this? Let's pour some rare crops out of our pockets tomorrow. Right, Bai Luo said. Something that doesn't exist in this world must be precious. Even if the uncle was just guessing, he'd pick the one with the highest probability. Where's the sacrifice location? Let's put it on the cliff, and have everyone pray together. The sacrifice itself was unlikely to require just one person, so the uncle thought more people might be more appropriate. It's not close. For the sake of a miracle, Bai Luo had no choice but to trouble everyone. If it could bring another miracle to Atón, the slight loss and the waste of time would be completely worth it. Besides, with Lilith around, the Atón people didn't really have much to do. The only work was chopping trees every day. But Bai Luo had surely help, so it only took a day or two, and the Atón people could afford it. Ha ha ha! Just then, Inya ran over. Brother, I'm telling you, I won. They can't drink more than me. Inya, am truly the best. Drink with me, Inya said arrogantly. Tisk, none of them can beat me. However, after a long while, Inya didn't hear Bai Luo or the old uncle say anything. Even her senior sister covered her forehead, shook her head and sighed. What's wrong with you? I won. Aren't you happy? She looked up and found Bai Luo looking at her speechlessly. As for the old uncle, he was smoking silently. Nothing, Inya, you're truly amazing. You truly deserve to be my future general, girl. From now on, I'll leave the job of blocking my drink to you. Just a small matter. I'll take care of it. Complimented by her father and eldest brother, Inya was overjoyed. Oh, I forgot I needed to go to the bathroom. Big brother and dad, I'm leaving now. Bye. Bai Luo and the teacher exchanged bewildered glances as Inya ran off, clutching her stomach. Inya lived in her own world, eternally happy, always finding something to cheer her up. That's good for Inya, isn't it, uncle? Yes, uncle nodded, and Bai Luo smiled. It was precisely because of a child as innocent as Inya that Bai Luo was determined to protect this beautiful moment with all his might. Whether it works or not, let's give it a try. Inya's intrusion interrupted his thoughts, but it also dampened Bai Luo's concern for the miracle. What I gain is my fortune, what I lose is my fate. Bai Luo felt too greedy, having already acquired 3 miracles. The tree elf descendants' miracle power had skyrocketed to 80% because of this war, practically the same as if they had already obtained it. But how long had it been? A mere 2 months in total. 2 months, with the current state of Atón territory, Bai Luo felt truly greedy. Don't take too big a step. Even if we run fast, we should take a few steps and rest. So the next day, Bai Luo went ahead and had Lilith conjure up a stone incense table on the east coast of Atón Island. Bai Luo held a firm belief in the concept of sacrifice. He didn't offer sacrifices to gods, nor did he believe in them. He believed that man could conquer nature. If he had to pray and offer sacrifices, it would be to his parents and ancestors. So, for this sacrifice, Bai Luo chose the ritual he remembered from his previous life, performed by his elders, and had his uncle preside over it. The offerings included grains and fruits not found in this world, as well as more common livestock, a mix of meat and vegetables. The Atón people don't actually believe in gods in their culture, but they do worship their ancestors every year. This is why Bai Luo chose to use stone as the incense table. It incorporates the Atón people's custom of using stone and wood for sacrifices. Everyone, Bai Luo stood in the front and led everyone to bow their heads, close your eyes and pray in your hearts, hoping that this year will be a good year with good weather and peace and prosperity for the country. The Atón people don't have the etiquette of kneeling except to the king. Because in the world of miracles, the king is greater than the gods. So Bai Luo only asked them to bow their heads and then bow to pay homage, which was considered a sacrifice. After finishing all this, Bai Luo looked at the black book. Your sacrificial style is neither humble nor arrogant, it likes it very much. Seeing this paragraph, Bai Luo was happy, but the following paragraph made Bai Luo sigh, but it's not very happy with your tribute, so it won't accept your offerings for the next month. Huh? Bai Luo thought he'd lost a miracle, but when he turned to page 5, the miracle was still there. It's just cooling down, not over, thank goodness. Bai Luo felt relieved. Although he didn't know what the miracle on page 5 was, Bai Luo had a vague feeling that it in the black book was extremely powerful, quite possibly the most powerful miracle Bai Luo had ever encountered. Recommendation votes will be counted upon release, and 1 additional chapter will be added for every 1,000 chapters, so please vote. Please. Chapter 60 Nations. What went wrong? After the sacrifice, Bai Luo dismissed everyone while he went to meet his uncle and senior sister. The method was correct, but the offerings were wrong, Bai Luo said. We used the wrong offerings, isn't it grain? Senior sister said. Then why don't we go get some rare animals? We'll have to wait a month before we can perform another sacrifice. Bai Luo hadn't expected a penalty for failure, but on reflection, this wasn't a bad idea. It would give him time to do his own thing. That's perfect, Uncle said. Now that we have time, it's time to replenish the population. Population, this is what the people of Atón desperately need. Only with people can more children of miracles be born. Children of miracles can form arms and armies, which are the foundation for protecting Atón and ensuring the nation's survival on the land of miracles. Come with me. The old uncle brought the two to his home, and then found a map. You seldom went out to sea before, so you don't know much about the surrounding areas. This nautical chart was obtained by me during my early adventures. Look, our Atón Island is probably located in this position. Bai Luo found that the nautical chart was empty. Our island is not marked on the nautical chart. Don't mind, it's good to have it. It's a little behind. The old uncle nodded, but the thing exists here. That's right, Bai Luo. Uncle, please continue. We are in the southeast of the Miracle Continent. The old uncle marked the location of the Iron Eagle Kingdom in Atón Island, and to our southwest, there is an archipelago country called the Azure Principality. To reach the closest place to us in the Azure Principality, it will take at least half a month to go back and forth in the fastest warship, Iron Eagle, Azure, and the vast sea area around our Atón Island is called the Eastern Sea, said the old uncle. The forces of the pirate King Morgan are entrenched here. What do you think, Xiao Luo? In response to his uncle's question, Bai Luo replied. Surrounded on three sides, Atón Island's geographical location allows for connections to the ancient capital of Harun, as well as to the Mountain Kingdom and the Holy Empire further west. If we go north from the east, we can pass through the waters of the Radiant Principality and reach the far North Empire, where we can trade with the cities there. Going south is a no-brainer. Although I've never been to the Azure Principality, I've heard of its great reputation. Azure was just a principality. According to his uncle, a principality was defined as a country possessing at least 3, but no more than 7, types of miracles. This country, in the land of miracles, claimed to be a permanently neutral nation, a claim recognized by many nations. The Azure Principality is enormous. For now, it's best for us not to provoke this behemoth. Based on his uncle's experience, they probably wouldn't confront the Azure Principality head-on for the next 10 years. That would be irrational. What about Morgan, Xiao Luo? What do you think? Well, Bai Luo thought for a moment. He felt certain he would go to war with Morgan. The two had a long-standing feud. Fia, father, you're probably hoping we replace Morgan, right? Senior sister's words immediately dawned on Bai Luo. So that's how it is. Since Morgan is able to dominate the eastern seas, if we defeat him, even if the pirate king changes, it won't affect the balance of power at sea. This is a challenge, but also an opportunity. Indeed, seeing how well Bai Luo and senior sister complemented each other, the old uncle felt confident about the future of Atón with him. But this is just a theoretical plan. It won't be accomplished in 1 or 2 battles. This sea area is too vast. Even if we want to take it, we have to seize the opportunity. The old uncle had been discussing strategies with the 2 elders for the past few days. The 3 of them were like Atón's right-hand men. Bai Luo lacked political and military experience, so he knew exactly who to consult and how to make decisions regarding such a large-scale strategic plan. Will there be a war soon? Of course there will be a war, the old uncle replied to Bai Luo, but first we need to understand why we're fighting this war. Are you talking about Sigrian? Yes, but also the pirate King Morgan, the old uncle said. Right now, we don't know the enemy's strength. It would be unwise to rashly start a war. Fighting ordinary pirates wouldn't matter. But if they encountered a large army of miracle soldiers, with the current state of Atón, honestly, even if they could win, they would inevitably suffer heavy losses. Where are our interests, old uncle? Bai Luo was a rational man. The purpose of war was profit. Without it, Bai Luo wouldn't fight. Time and deterrence, the old uncle said. Our war with Sigrian is to buy more time, and also to let them know that we, Atón, are not to be trifled with. As for taking the initiative to attack and eliminate Morgan, even if Bai Luo possessed 3 miracles, he would have too little time. Even if Bai Luo's efficiency was 10 times that of Morgan, Morgan had been obtaining miracles for 200 years. How could Bai Luo, now a modern-day man, challenge his accumulation of power? Of course, we can't attack Morgan for now. But Sigrian's forces aren't Morgan's main force, and they only have 1/6 of his strength. As long as we choose the right battlefield, defeating Sigrian won't be difficult. The three elders had been discussing the choice of battlefield for days, and now they were making considerable progress, just waiting for Sigrian to arrive. We're not in a rush about Morgan's affairs. Our next priority is to head to the Azure Duchy. Don't attract the attention of the miracle lords there, the uncle said. Our target is the slave traders. Yes, slave traders. Arden needs population, and the best source is the slaves who have lost their homes to war. Without their homes, they have lost their freedom and their identity. Once in Arden, as long as Bai Luo treats them well, Arden will soon become their only home. Bai Luo doesn't want pirates because they have bad behavior and too many problems. Since we're going to buy them, if we can choose freely, it's better to buy civilians or young people. Perhaps some of them have ill intentions, but most should be willing to assimilate into Atón. Ungrateful people will always exist. The uncle didn't expect to assimilate everyone, but even with a 70% assimilation rate, Bai Luo would be satisfied. Find these slave traders and establish trade with them. Sell the slaves to us, the uncle said. We can accept a price 20% to 30% higher, or even double the price. The existence of the Chumeng Holy Bag is like giving Atón an endless gold mine. Their output, those spices, is definitely not as good as the world's consumption. After all, transporting slaves takes time. As long as Bai Luo and his team maintain a good export volume, the price of black pepper will not only not drop much, but will also increase sales due to increased demand. More importantly, this is a monopoly. If it's too low, they will sell less. If it's too high, they will export more. Don't they have the final say on the price? Black pepper is difficult to grow. It's very demanding on the environment, the old man said. So, over the next few days, Xiao Luo, you should bring out more black pepper. We'll dry it and make it into black pepper powder. This would also avoid the need to recalculate the peppercorns later due to the water content. Okay, drying the black peppercorns was actually quite simple. With Lilith's fairy magic, it would be a snap. So the next day, everyone loaded boxes of black peppercorns onto the warship. The ship was left behind by pirates, but Lilith had modified it and applied some fairy magic. From the outside, it looked drastically different from before, making it impossible to recognize. Everyone, are you all aboard? There were 6 people on this mission. The men were Bai Luo, Little John, and Anderson. They also brought 3 women, the cook, Armator, Bai Luo's secretary, Gonia, and Knowles' sister, Fyra. Gonia was very intelligent, with a very high IQ. With her, Bai Luo wouldn't be fooled by numbers. If there were any issues with the price offered, with just a word from Gonia, Bai Luo would show them the serious consequences of deceiving the Atón people. Besides these people, his uncle, his senior sister, Inya, and the others remained on Atón Island. And Lilith, she would continue to teach the children magic. Of course, Bai Luo would bring Shirley with him. Furthermore, due to the relationship between miraculous creatures and their masters, Lilith would immediately come to Bai Luo's side whenever Bai Luo summoned her. The only problem was that once summoned, Lilith would have to stay outside with Bai Luo and return home by boat. Lilith needed to stay behind to defend Atón Island, so Bai Luo tried not to summon her if possible. Is that all we have? Little John expressed confusion. Anderson also looked at Bai Luo. He was new here, his first time. The young tree elf had a white cloth tied around his head, dressed like a third brother, to cover his ears. Bai Luo had brought Anderson out because he wanted to see the world and broaden his horizons so he could help Bai Luo more in the future. Despite the risk, Bai Luo was eager to train his subordinates, so he readily accepted his request. Well, Bai Luo explained, we're sailing out on a large ship, not to buy slaves, but to place orders with slave traders first. Slaves weren't usually purchased directly from slave traders, they were usually transported to various slave markets, handed over to slave owners, and then resold. Bai Luo could certainly go to the slave markets, but the situation there was too chaotic, and repeatedly sending people out to sea, with such large quantities, would inevitably lead to trouble. We want long-term business, not just 1 or 2. Bai Luo's plan was to find the slave ships and then trade directly with their owners. He'd pay a deposit first, then establish initial trade trust. Choosing a coastal island, rather than heading to Blue Sea City in the Azure Principality, is beneficial to both of us. The slave traders were seeking tax reduction, while Bai Luo was seeking safety. Now it depends on who has the courage to do business with us. In short, Money isn't the problem. The Atón people lack everything, but they have money. Bai Luo, yes, I have a mine at home. Captain, Gonya changed her address, at Bai Luo's request. While money isn't a problem, you can't be taken advantage of. Yeah, that's true. Bai Luo wasn't good at business, then I'll leave it to you. Anyway, Gonya, you go negotiate, and I'll just help you out, okay? Every profession has its own strengths. Gonya had been educated by her uncle for many years. While she wasn't as good as him, she had learned a few things. And us, 3 adorable kittens chased and played on the deck. Only Bai Luo could hear their words. To everyone else, only their adorable meows. We're fierce too, the 3 kittens posed, hinting at their potential to become the 3 generals of the Atón army headquarters. Prosperity, civilization, harmony, freedom, justice, and dedication. The mice held up unknown pests and chanted Bai Luo's slogans, proclaiming that they were doing their job well. How? Bai Luo nodded at them, then announced to everyone, we've weighed the anchor, and we're off. To Coral City. Chapter 61 Coral City and the New Miracle. The Azure Principality is an archipelago nation, encompassing over 12,000 islands, large and small, with a total land area of 1.91 million square kilometers, not counting territorial waters. Calculated purely by land area, it's roughly 600 to 700 times larger than Atón Island. In terms of population, the Azure Principality boasts over 30 million citizens and slaves. Including foreign merchants, explorers, and mercenaries, the figure likely increases by another 30%. In short, it's a remarkably powerful, prosperous, and wealthy nation. Unlike the slump of much of the Iron Eagle Kingdom, the Azure Principality's 3 miracle masters enjoy equal status and are revered as the 3 Azure Lords. While they don't utilize their miraculous powers for the benefit of the people, they have brought stability and prosperity to the Azure Principality. The people enjoy a prosperous life and a strong sense of belonging to their nation, making it difficult for even Bai Luo to poach them. Furthermore, unlike the Iron Eagle, Azure has few nearby rivals. There is indeed a vaster continent to the south, but with current navigation technology, simply traveling between the 2 places would take 6 months. Using the power of miracles, the crossing is easy. However, trade routes between them are impossible to establish. Therefore, both the Miracle Lord of the Southern Continent and the 3 Dukes of Azure have chosen to ignore each other's existence. Diplomatic exchanges are maintained, with invitations exchanged every few years considered friendly relations. North of the Azure Principality lies the Miracle Land, known to the Atonians as the New World. South of the Miracle Land, it's nearly a 20-day sail from the Azure Principality, but this hasn't deterred the enthusiasm of seafarers. My uncle likens the Azure Principality to a sapphire, citing not only its wealth but also its geographical advantages in the sea area, which supports nearly all trade across the ocean. Coral City, the northernmost city of the Azure Principality, translates to coral in Adonian. The name is derived from the unique topography of this sea area, with its abundance of coral reefs. Logically, such an environment shouldn't be developed into a port city. Yet, the Azure Principality, harnessing mysterious miraculous powers, forcibly carved a series of safe passages across this boundless coral sea. Ships sailed across the azure waters, the clear surface shimmering with a beautiful blue halo in the sunlight. Wow, Anderson, the tree elf, emerged for the first time. He stood at the railing and gazed into the distance. The water was crystal clear, and schools of fish could be seen scattering at the approaching ships. The coral reefs on either side were a vibrant riot of color, more vibrant than a rainbow in the sky, like a sea of flowers in the ocean, or like neon signs lining a highway, drawing exclamations of amazement from the first-time Athenians. How beautiful, Captain! Indeed, it's beautiful. The entire coral city sat at the very center of this vibrant neon sea, with over 30 passages for large ships to enter and exit. From above, it resembled the center of a giant petal. It's completely different from Thorn Castle. Bai Luo had been to Thorn Castle before, but the colors there were completely different. If one must compare them, it's like the difference between a black and white photograph and a color one. It must be said that Coral City, built remarkably well by the Miracle Lord of the Azure Principality, is just one island. The Azure Principality boasts at least 100 other large islands. While not all of them might be as prosperous as Coral City, they're not far behind. This is truly a miracle kingdom. His uncle was right. Azure has a population of tens of millions and has been blessed by miracles for over 500 years. Bai Luo had only heard of Coral City before, but now, witnessing its prosperity with his own eyes, he finally understood its might. Azure, though merely a principality, was able to maintain its hegemony at sea despite being surrounded by 4 pirate kings, miracle lords. Azure's strength was no less than that of the Iron Eagle. The cost of making an enemy of it is too great. Hearing Bai Luo's sentimental words, Gonya sensed the pressure in his words and said, "We've only just begun. In the future, we'll definitely be able to build a nation even more powerful than this one. Thanks for your kind words." Bai Luo simply smiled, not taking it seriously. There's plenty of time. Besides, Bai Luo also possesses 3 of Azure's 3 miracles. No, to be more precise, he'll soon obtain the 4th. The 5th miracle is also lining up. Our potential must surpass it. One should be humble. Bai Luo wouldn't claim his potential surpasses Azure's, but humbly learning from the strong is a virtue of us Athenians. You're right. Gonya looked at the boys and girls and asked, "Captain, should we enter the port next, or wait? There's no point in stopping on the highway to solicit passengers," Bai Luo said with a smile. "Let's go to the port, anchor there, and then look for slave traders there." Slave ships were easy to find, but Bai Luo wanted a larger slave caravan, preferably one that could transport thousands of slaves at a time. "Eat, everyone," Armitter served delicious food. Eating on deck while taking in the scenery was truly a pleasure. Crabs are delicious, sea fish is great too, seaweed is delicious. Anderson doesn't eat living things, but he can eat things like algae and sea cucumbers. Bai Luo felt that it must be a matter of self-awareness. Just like the descendants of the tree elves don't eat fish, crabs, or wild animals, they do eat eggs, sea cucumbers, and anemones. "Tofu, my tofu, you're too slow, it's gone." Little John snatched Anderson's tofu and stuffed it into his mouth with a smile. S's. Clack. Just as Bai Luo was imagining Aton's glorious blueprint, the sound of flipping pages made him look suspicious. "So active lately? The miracles on pages 4 and 5 haven't even awakened yet, and already page 6, calculating the time, this time it's been over 2 weeks, probably around 20 days. Never mind, let's see what it is first." Bai Luo flipped open the black book, came to page 6, and examined the text. "You use 1, but rebound 2. You're fast, but you can't escape. It's the cornerstone, the anchor that holds everything in place. But right now, it's not jade, just an ordinary stone, waiting for your discovery." Countdown. 30 minutes 51 seconds, direction. 31 degrees southwest, looks like a miracle resource. The word stone in the text reminded Bai Luo of the Iron Eagle King's miracle magic mine. Wait, that's not right. Bai Luo carefully examined the countdown column. 30 minutes? Why is it so short? Previous searches, like the first Bud Holy Bag, had taken at least a day. But this time, the miracle only took half an hour to dig. Bai Luo was incredibly surprised and anxious. "Quick! Start the boat! Start the boat immediately! Speed up!" "Huh? What's wrong, boss?" The people of Ardman were confused, but Bai Luo's order was paramount, and everyone unfurled their sails almost reflexively. "What the hell?" The boat that had been ahead of Bai Luo and his men shouted in dissatisfaction. "Don't you know how to line up? Where did these idiots come from? Do you understand the rules? You country bumpkins." John and Anderson were furious at the people around them, but Bai Luo ignored them. He was busy searching for the miracle on page 6 and didn't have time to mess with these people. "Ignore them," Bai Luo said. "Keep speeding up and get into the harbor." "Hey, you." Entry into the harbor required inspection, but Bai Luo was straightforward. He gave Gonya a look, and she immediately threw out a purse. Money can make the world go round, and this rule applies everywhere. The other party immediately let them pass. This showed that while Coral City was well governed, its laws were imperfect, leaving numerous loopholes for exploitation. At the same time, Bai Luo sensed the city's confidence. They feared no rogues. Even if there were problems with a ship, the Coral City army was absolutely confident they could suppress it. "Be careful later," Bai Luo told the others. "Try not to cause trouble." While Bai Luo and his men were confident they could challenge Coral City's fighting prowess on foreign soil, there was no need. Bai Luo didn't want to provoke this local tyrant. Surely, as soon as Bai Luo saw the ship stop, he immediately mounted Shirley and said to the others, "I have something to look for. You guys should look for a trade partner here first." Countdown. 10 minutes and 1 second, "I'll be back soon." Bai Luo trusted Gonia's skills and had confidence in Anderson's fighting ability. Surely, let's go. And so, under the puzzled gazes of the Atón people, Bai Luo rode away. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Gonia quickly said, "What's this?" The captain said something's wrong, so it must be. He asked us to find vendors, showing his trust in our ability. With Gonia's words, the Adonis suddenly understood and were eager to give Bai Luo a surprise. Meanwhile, Bai Luo rode his horse, unconcerned with the road. Following the principle that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, he pushed Shirley's running speed to its limit without hurting anyone. Bang! Asshole, don't you have eyes? My stall, my fruit stall. But before the man could say anything, Bai Luo raised his hand and threw a handful of silver coins in front of him. "I'll pay." Clatter. After smashing the stall, Bai Luo immediately paid. In reality, with Shirley's perception, this shouldn't have happened. But Bai Luo had said they needed to hurry. To save time, Shirley had to make a decision. But if it was a living person, Shirley couldn't just run into them. Even if it wasted time, Bai Luo told her to go around them. In this way, after spending nearly 10 minutes, Bai Luo finally found the miracle. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 62, Uncut Jade. Stop, hiss with an A. Shirley raised her front paws high. In front of her, 2 men dressed as merchants stood there, startled. You, what are you doing? How are you riding a horse? The other man spoke in Azure, clearly a native of the Azure Principality. Bai Luo had been taught the languages of several large nations by his uncle since childhood and was quite proficient in them. Is this a miracle? Bai Luo looked the 2 men up and down. Is it something on them? No, Bai Luo felt it wasn't something on them. Huh? Suddenly, Bai Luo looked behind the merchant. A young slave, dressed in rags, with disheveled hair and covered in dirt, stood there. He seemed frightened and trembling. It's him. Without hesitation, Bai Luo stepped forward and grabbed the man's hand. You found her, but she doesn't belong to you yet, so why not use all your money to buy her? As expected, Bai Luo thought to himself, while another merchant quickly said, what are you doing? Stealing my business? I saw her first. Are you selling slaves? Time was running out, with less than 3 minutes remaining. Bai Luo ignored the merchant beside him and spoke in Azure language, then immediately pulled out his purse and threw it to the merchant. It contained all the money Bai Luo had on him. Is this enough? Huh? The merchant was clearly confused, unsure of what was going on. He had previously purchased this slave in bulk from another slave trader, but because they were so ugly, they had leftovers. A passing merchant wanted to buy a young maid, so they began to negotiate. Some might think the slave trade is cruel. Yes, it is. But it depends on the circumstances. If it's human trafficking, then it's certainly cruel. On the other hand, if children are sold due to war or disaster, or if they are war slaves, for these slaves, having a master and food to eat is actually a chance to survive. Slave traders are also merchants. They don't overly harm slaves. Otherwise, those with missing limbs would be difficult to sell, and since they couldn't work, they would suffer the consequences. No one would kill slaves casually, because they were private property, just like people wouldn't throw away money. Of course, life for slaves was certainly not easy. After all, slave traders like to save money, and their food and accommodation were almost all of the lowest standard. Swish, however, when he opened the purse and looked at the gold and silver coins inside, roughly equivalent to 200,000 yuan, not only he, but even the merchant whose goods had been robbed nearby, stared wide-eyed. Are you crazy? So much money, to buy her? The merchant's voice attracted many onlookers. What do you like about her? Just this skinny body? With so much money, you can buy a beautiful girl from Misty Rain Alley. Can't you be willful if you have money? Bai Luo ignored him and just checked you if he had any extra money. The angry merchant turned around and walked away. Madman, you lunatic, are you sure you want to spend so much money on her? The slave trader untied the chain tied to the stone pillar and handed it to Bai Luo. Here, she's yours. You can't regret it. You can't get your money back if you regret it. Ha 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 ha. Without giving Bai Luo a chance to speak, the merchant ran with the purse, fearing that if he was a step too late, Bai Luo would regret it. With this money, not only could he buy one slave, but also more than 100. The slave trader didn't care about Bai Luo's motives at all. Whether it was a reunion between brother and sister, father and daughter, or revenge spending, he didn't care. As for haggling, would you bet on it? If Bai Luo really acted on impulse, by the time he realized what was happening, the bag of gold and silver coins would be gone. Slave traders aren't gamblers, they know when to quit. This single transaction had yielded more than he'd made from selling 1,000 slaves, minus the cost of the slaves. Surely, yes, Bai Luo watched the merchant walk away laughing wildly, and asked Shirley to secretly memorize his presence. If he'd hurt the girl, who knew if there might be a quest for revenge in the Black Book? Bai Luo was always cautious in this regard. As for the money, to be able to exchange a mere large gold coin, 5 small gold coins, and a few silver and copper coins for a miracle was a lucrative opportunity, wasn't it? Wait, Bai Luo suddenly spoke. Shirley rushed out like a gust of wind, stopping the merchant. What are you going to do? Business is over once you pay. There's no such thing as a return when buying a slave, Bai Luo didn't leave the little slave, but called out from a distance. Ah, right. The merchant quickly produced a key to the little slave's chains and tossed it to Bai Luo. Is it all right now? Bai Luo ignored him and simply waved his hand, signaling him to disappear. You've got her, she's yours, but the chains still bind her, preventing her from freeing. Level, unrated type, miraculous creature faction, lost realm status, unawakened. So it's a girl. Bai Luo noticed the wording in the Black Book. It used she, not he. Then he thought of the beautiful girl from Misty Rain Alley, whom the other merchant had mentioned. No wonder no one wants her. Her figure is truly unappealing. The chains still bind her, preventing her from freeing. Bai Luo continued to read the riddle in the Black Book, pondering to himself, is this asking me to let her go? But what's with this level? It's not a level, but something that can't be evaluated. Bai Luo had never heard of such a level before. How strange, and the faction is also a lost realm, just like the miracle on page 5. As for the miracle creature, isn't this a person? Bai Luo thought to himself, or is it that the person is just in an unawakened state, and after awakening, they will become some special race? A horse can become a Pegasus. A butterfly can become a fairy. If miracle creatures are all mythical beings, then it seems possible that they can be transformed from humans. Hello. Bai Luo was unaware that the little slave he had purchased at such a huge expense was now very uneasy. Can you speak? Can you tell me your name? Bai Luo asked repeatedly, his tone very gentle and kind, but the girl remained silent. She simply lowered her head, not daring to even look at Bai Luo. These chains are heavy, aren't they? Let me help you untie them. Bai Luo tried to untie the little slave, but she seemed frightened, shaking her head repeatedly. Oh, Bai Luo sensed her strong resistance. You've got her, she's yours, but the chains still bind her, preventing her from freedom. He glanced at the words on the Black Book again. He didn't want his miracle to be chained. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. Click. Bai Luo untied the iron ring around the girl's neck, then those around her limbs, quickly freeing her. Ding-ling, with the sound of the chains dropping to the ground, the girl shuddered, her body shaking even more violently. The girl had been a slave since she was very young. She had no name, not even a number. Because of her strange appearance, she didn't fit the aesthetic standards of the New World people. She'd been passed around several times, but she couldn't be sold, always falling into the hands of slave owners. It had been like this since she was 8 years old, until now, at 12. Clown, ugly, that's what they called her. It became the girl's definition of calling me her name. Though all slaves, they found comfort in her. The girls would congratulate themselves for being prettier than her, while the boys, more capable of work and combat, would mock her frailty. Yes, even slaves had their own way of living. This was the society of the lowly. What's your name? Bai Luo tried to communicate with the girl as gently as possible, glancing at the Black Book, keeping a watchful eye. The chains of the body are broken, but the mind remains trapped. Freedom of the mind, Bai Luo pondered, applying his common sense to the words, and then spoke. Why did you become a slave? Do you still have a home? If you know who your parents are, I'll take you to them. How about that? Such a kind voice, so unbelievable. Through her dirty, muddy bangs, the girl furtively examined the person before her, her new master, and her first. Can you speak the common tongue? However, the girl couldn't understand Bai Luo at all. She didn't know the sacred common tongue. Then, after a desperate effort, Bai Luo finally managed to get the girl to speak a few words. Oh, that. He listened to the girl's accent and immediately realized it was the rare language of the savages. Thank goodness my uncle taught me this back then. Ahem, are your family still around? Bai Luo reworded his question. Then, using the savages' language, the dialect of the girl's hometown, he inquired about her situation once more. The girl looked up at Bai Luo in surprise. No, what? Bai Luo heard her voice for the first time, a little hoarse, timid, and filled with unease. Don't be afraid. Speak louder and tell me where your home is. No, the girl said. Home. Hearing that the girl had no place to go, Bai Luo asked again, what about your parents? Do you know where they are? My parents are dead. This simple sentence essentially revealed Bai Luo's identity. She was likely a war slave, her parents dead, and she had been taken as a trophy, divided up by the great powers and sold to various places. Sorry, Bai Luo raised his hand, wanting to touch the girl's head in comfort, but she quickly dodged. Dirty. If Bai Luo had bought her because of the Black Book's miracle mission, then now, after their initial encounter, pity was out of the question. There were countless people in this world more pitiful than this girl, and Bai Luo only felt a little bit of emotion. The girl was terrified, but she still adhered to the principle of hierarchy. She was a slave, Bai Luo was the master, the distinction between master and servant was clear, and the slightest violation was unacceptable. It's quite dirty. But I'll help you wash it later. Bai Luo stroked the girl's head, but without disdain, he announced, also, from now on, you're not a slave. Atón had no slaves, nor did he need them. The girl was no ordinary person, she was Bai Luo's miracle, and one of Atón's future guardians. Bai Luo had expected the girl to be grateful, but the result was beyond his expectations. No, the girl knelt on the ground. She tried to grab Bai Luo's trouser legs, but found her hands were dirty. She kowtowed repeatedly, don't abandon me, please, please, hey, 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 hey. Bai Luo quickly helped the girl up. Looking at her bloodied forehead, he felt a surge of self-blame, wondering why he hadn't considered the little slave's psychological state. To them, his words were tantamount to abandonment. And without their masters, slaves simply couldn't survive. Slaves in the Azure Duchy were divided into two categories, those with masters and those without. Slaves with masters often bore the marks of their masters. The more brutal ones would simply brand them with a branding iron. With a new master, they would brand them again. For these slaves, every change of master was a new source of pain and suffering, a truly miserable experience. Fortunately, if the slaves were female, or even attractive, their masters would hire tattoo artists to give them beautiful tattoos. Tattoos not only don't affect the feel or aesthetics of a slave, but can actually enhance their allure. Therefore, regardless of the method, if a slave escaped and was discovered, it would be a capital offense in any country. Some might ask, wouldn't it be better if they didn't get discovered? However, the entire Miracle Land boasts over 500 languages, including local dialects. Slaves were transported far away by slave traders, and the moment they began to speak, their identities would be immediately exposed. Furthermore, they were penniless, relying on theft and robbery. If caught, they would face certain death. Just like the girl before Bai Luo, she couldn't speak the language, had no skills, and was penniless. If driven away by her master, she would surely starve to death. Moreover, Bai Luo was the first person willing to buy the girl, and he offered so much money. The girl didn't know how to judge, but a kind-hearted woman from the wilderness had told her before that if someone was willing to pay so much for her, they must be attracted to her and find her special. If that day ever comes, I must catch him. Don't chase me away, don't chase me away. The girl's voice was incredibly weak. Her consciousness had already slipped into unconsciousness, yet she kept repeating the words. Surely, Bai Luo pleaded with her, please, I need to get her back as quickly as possible. She's just like Lilith, so it's okay. Shirley sensed the girl's aura and nodded. Shirley only let Bai Luo ride her, but Lilith could still jump on her head. It wasn't riding, but rather a playful act, like a sister piggybacking on her, something Shirley could accept. The same was true for the girl. As Bai Luo's miracle creature, he had signed a miracle contract with her the moment he purchased her. Though the force was faint, Shirley, a fellow miracle creature, could sense it. Thank you, Shirley. Bai Luo treated his miracles like family, treating them with the utmost respect. Don't worry, I won't abandon you. Bai Luo lifted the girl into his arms, then mounted his horse, promising. As long as you're willing to follow me, I'll always carry you. No one can snatch you from me. Through her hazy consciousness, the girl faintly heard Bai Luo's words. So warm, normally, a filthy slave couldn't approach their master, and the girl had been taught this way since childhood. But in Bai Luo's arms, the girl felt incredibly warm, as if she had found a spiritual haven. As long as he was with her, she feared nothing. Master, the girl's consciousness gradually faded, but before she fell into complete darkness, she imprinted Bai Luo's appearance and aura firmly in her mind. This was the only thing she couldn't forget. This was the only thing she absolutely couldn't forget. A lonely stranger, drifting for long years, today you have given her a new home, a haven for her soul. Now, wait quietly, wait for the stone to become a jade, and the jade to become an heirloom. Another mission completed. This time, Bai Luo wasn't doing this simply to complete the mission, he truly felt for the girl. There are many pitiful people in the world, and Bai Luo couldn't save them all. But since he had encountered her, and it was a miracle, Bai Luo naturally had to do his best. Poor child, don't worry, I will protect you from now on. Inexplicably, Bai Luo saw the image of his younger sister, Inya, in the girl. Bai Luo didn't think anything more about it. Go back, Shirley. Riding Shirley, Bai Luo sped through Coral City. Chapter 63, The Survivors of Shilin. Captain, what's going on? I don't know. On the deck, Little John and Anderson whispered to each other, discussing for a long time the dirty child Bai Luo had brought back. But we can't guess what the boss is thinking, Little John said. I think there must be a deeper meaning. Oh, Anderson was puzzled. Bai Luo's actions were indeed rather strange, but he was the king of miracles, an existence beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. How is the child? In the captain's cabin, Bai Luo asked Gonia. The girl said, nothing serious. She's just been hungry for years and lacks nutrition, so her development is very poor. Fortunately, she's not sick and hasn't been bullied. The aesthetic standards of the people in the new world of miracles are mainly based on body shape. A girl with such a poor figure would be a wonder to attract anyone. So Gonia was also curious about why Bai Luo brought her home. Where is she? She was too dirty, Gonia said. Sister Imiter took her to take a bath. Yeah, Bai Luo nodded, but the next moment, Bai Luo heard a commotion in the cabin. Master! 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 Bai Luo rushed inside, while Gonia quickly closed the door, blocking them from view. What's going on? What happened? As Bai Luo entered, he found the entire bathroom damp and swirling with smoke. Imiter looked distressed, while a small figure quickly threw itself into Bai Luo's arms. It was none other than the slave girl. Oh! Bai Luo noticed the situation. He quickly raised his head, then took off his outer garment and draped it over the girl. Master, seeing Bai Luo, the girl finally lost her fear. She hugged Bai Luo tightly, as if afraid he would suddenly disappear. Sister Yimo, leave this to me. Go get lunch. Yes, Imiter, unaware of Bai Luo's relationship with the girl, simply said, I left the clothes there. Little fires should be about the same. Imiter left, leaving Bai Luo and the girl alone in the bathroom. Perhaps Bai Luo's actions had enhanced the girl's affection. She became extremely dependent on him, almost inseparable. Don't worry, I won't abandon you. Come on, let me go first, okay, Bai Luo said, noting that she was clinging to his clothes, which was a bit awkward. Yes, the girl obeyed and decisively let go, but continued to follow Bai Luo. Come to think of it, I haven't asked you your name yet. What's yours? No, the girl shook her head and said, I don't have a name. A name is just a title, but it also connects miracles to their owners. The poor girl fears becoming a rootless duckweed. So, let the name you gave her serve as a chain to her heart. A new task arose, to name the girl. Bai Luo didn't question it, but instead said gently, it might be inconvenient without a name. How about I give you one? Hearing that Bai Luo was going to give her a name, the girl's eyes widened, their eyes full of light, and she nodded repeatedly in anticipation. Then, Bai Luo thought for a moment. He looked at the girl and noticed she had white hair and amber eyes, that orangey-reddish color, but not quite red. However, her facial features leaned towards Asian. You bear some resemblance to people I know of, except for your hair and eye color. Bai Luo had arrived in this world, and with his new family, he had already established roots in Atón, so he had never considered leaving. I'm going to take one of my names, Bai, as your surname. As for the name, Bai Luo said, from today on, you'll be Bai. This name was rather unusual on the Miracle Continent, But I'd heard that several smaller nations put the surname first, so it wasn't unique. Besides, the girl was actually quite lovely. At least in the eyes of the people of Atón, she was definitely one of the most beautiful women. More importantly, Bai Luo possessed a unique, ancient beauty that wasn't found in Atón. Although still young, she might one day rival her senior sister. Bai Luo, the girl muttered, her pronunciation erratically. Bai Luo quickly corrected her, it's not Yunu, it's Yinuo. Come on, say it after me, Yinuo, Yinu. However, the girl's pronunciation was still erratic. Bai Luo was helpless and said, I'll give you another nickname. It'll be yours until you learn to pronounce your own, Xiao Bai. Bai Luo figured nicknames would be quickly forgotten, so he chose it casually. Nice, however, Xiao Bai loved the name so much, repeating it repeatedly, even dancing and jumping around. In Xiao Bai's view, a person only has one name, but her master gave her two. One name represents love, two names represent double the love. Xiao Bai, I'm so happy. My master treats me so well. Bai Luo felt heartbroken. Xiao Bai had ignored the name he had chosen so carefully, instead embracing the name for the small animal. And silently, Xiao Bai's miraculous power had revived, and the attributes on page 6 had changed accordingly. Shrunk survivor, contract, Bai Luo Yatin level, undetermined type, miraculous creature faction, lost realm ability, self-exploration contract method, find her, use all your wealth to buy her, then untie her bonds and set her free. Awakening method, give her a new name and use it as a chain, tightly connecting them, forever inseparable. What the hell is this about self-exploration? Bai Luo felt the black book was getting more and more treacherous lately. First, that strange sacrifice on page 5, then Xiao Bai, are all the miracles of the lost realm so special? Xiao Bai, do you feel different? Xiao Bai's face was filled with confusion at Bai Luo's question. She didn't know what was different about herself. So, Xiao Bai lowered her head and glanced at her clothes. Xiao Bai, I'm wearing something comfortable. Yeah, the clothes were different. Anything else? Bai Luo asked Xiao Bai about her abilities, because the girl was hungry for value. If she had discovered her abilities sooner, Xiao Bai wouldn't have been so anxious, afraid of being abandoned by Bai Luo. I'm useful. Master won't abandon me. Xiao Bai's mind is flawed, and no matter what Bai Luo does or says, she can't feel at ease. Even Bai Luo can only act pragmatic to reassure the girl. Master likes magic. Xiao Bai, huh? How does Xiao Bai know what magic is? Hearing Xiao Bai's words, Bai Luo quickly tested her. Xiao Bai, can you hear me? Bai Luo didn't speak, but instead mentally transmitted a message to Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai quickly looked at Bai Luo. Master, are you calling me Xiao Bai? Yes, Bai Luo said. Xiao Bai, you have now become my miracle. Miracles are, oh, Xiao Bai knows, miracle creatures can share the common sense and knowledge of the Master of Miracles. Xiao Bai may have never heard of miracles, but now she understands. Xiao Bai is Master's miracle creature. Instead of being upset, Xiao Bai was overwhelmed with excitement. Because now, Master could never abandon her again. Seeing this, Bai Luo breathed a sigh of relief. More important than immediately discovering Xiao Bai's abilities and making her happy was more important. They're miracle creatures, yes, but compared to that, I think we're more like family, Bai Luo affirmed. No, we are family. The relationship between miracle creatures and the Lord of Miracles is even closer than that between companions and family. Bai Luo patted Xiao Bai's head and smiled. From now on, Xiao Bai, you'll live with us. Don't worry, if anyone dares to hurt you, I'll kill them. Kill. Xiao Bai, who should have been a cowardly slave, showed no fear at all when she sensed Bai Luo's murderous intent. Instead, she eagerly tried to fight. She instinctively realized that helping Bai Luo eliminate his enemies was her mission, the meaning of her existence. So, Bai Luo inquired about Xiao Bai's past. He primarily wanted to know if the slave traders had ever bullied Xiao Bai. If so, Bai Luo would definitely avenge her. However, Xiao Bai didn't speak ill of the slave traders. Instead, she said that if it weren't for them, she would have died long ago. Okay, Bai Luo noticed that the girl truly didn't want to think about the past, so he changed the subject. Do you like fighting? Bai Luo felt as if he had found a way to tap into Xiao Bai's strength, but he couldn't test it right now. Never mind, it's not the time to reveal it yet. Back on Atón Island, His professional sisters and uncle would come to help Xiaobei test her abilities. "You must be hungry," Bai Luo said, taking Xiaobei's hand. "Come on, I'll take you to eat something delicious." With this miraculous connection, Xiaobei was no longer afraid of Bai Luo. Instead, she felt incredibly close and dependent on him, as if having Bai Luo was the whole world. "Everyone," Bai Luo came onto the deck and formally introduced Xiaobei to them. "This is Bai Luo, you can also call her Xiaobei. She's my ritual. Get ready." Bai Luo gathered everyone inside the cabin, but he didn't say much, simply asking them to kneel. The Atón people looked at each other in bewilderment. The clever Gonyo was the first to react. She covered her mouth, looking from Bai Luo to Xiaobei in disbelief. No way? Could she be? Bai Luo didn't utter the word, but Gonya's words, coupled with the ritual Bai Luo had mentioned, had already led everyone to guess that Xiaobei is a miracle. They couldn't imagine it, but Bai Luo went out so earnestly and brought this girl back. Combined with the two previous instances, everyone subconsciously believed Bai Luo. Xiaobei is a miracle. If Bai Luo said it is, then it must be. Swish. Besides, Bai Luo never lied, and the Lord of Miracles knew whether it was a miracle or not. For a living being like Xiaobei, as long as the Lord of Miracles spoke in their mind and the other could hear, then she was 100% a miracle. Miracles and their masters, a telepathic connection. The fourth, Emitter was speechless with excitement. She knelt gracefully before Bai Luo, her face flushed with excitement. "Boss, awesome as for young John, Fyra, and Anderson," they only cried out in their hearts, invincibility, while their bodies perfectly executed the miracle oath ceremony, respectful, humble, and solemn. And just like that, another 3 marvelous minutes passed. Has this become a custom in Atón? It happens every 2 weeks or so. We'll explore Xiaobei's situation when we return to the island. For now, let's carry out the purpose of our expedition. Bai Luo suppressed his joy at having Xiaobei and simply prepared some extra food for lunch as a treat for everyone. "Xiaobei, try this, it's delicious, and this is also delicious, try mine too." At lunch, everyone gathered around Xiaobei and offered her food. Miracles hold a special status within the kingdom. They are more like guardian gods than people, so no amount of respect can be too great for the miracles that protect them. Furthermore, Xiaobei looks just like a human, which fosters a closer bond and encourages the Atón people to approach her. However, Xiaobei couldn't understand what everyone was saying. "Big brother, hello everyone, I'm Xiaobei." Xiaobei and Bai Luo communicated smoothly, but around strangers, Xiaobei seemed quite reserved and shy. Sharing some of Bai Luo's feelings, Xiaobei also had a certain fondness for the people of Atón, so he didn't resent their hospitality. It was just the language barrier that created some barriers. "She speaks the language of the savages. If you have anything to convey, I'll translate for you." Gonyo was truly one of the most knowledgeable women in Atón. She knew a vast array of languages, and her savage language was infinitely more accurate than Bai Luo's. Here's a steamed bun. Try it. It's delicious." Gonya smiled and handed over a hot bun. Xiaobei glanced at Bai Luo, who nodded. "Thank you." Taking the meat bun, Xiaobei took a small bite, and his eyes immediately lit up. Delicious. Xiaobei wasn't very old, and from her appearance, she looked even younger than Fyra. After learning about Xiaobei's life experience, Emitter, with her maternal instincts aroused, immediately expressed that she would take good care of Xiaobei. She fed him and wiped his mouth, being particularly attentive and gentle. Chapter 64, The Sacrifice. Could it be steamed buns? Bai Luo's arrival was a source of great joy, but soon, everyone's expressions grew increasingly strange. Xiaobei is still eating. 3 hours, she hasn't stopped. She eats slowly, like she's savoring everything, but she's definitely eating too much. Everyone was essentially certain of Bai Luo's miraculous existence. Her appetite was truly enormous. She hadn't stopped since she was served. Even more terrifying, Bai Luo rarely ate fish, shrimp, or crab, instead latching on to filing foods like noodles and steamed buns. "Xiaobei, are you full?" Bai Luo had no idea what kind of miracle Bai Luo was. The Black Book called her a shilling survivor, but even Bai Luo hadn't found any information about what exactly this shilling survivor was in his past life. Bai Luo didn't care for the girl's monstrous appetite. After a few harvests from the farmland on Atón Island, he could easily support 10, not just one. Bai isn't hungry anymore. Not hungry, Bai Luo. No, then, what are you doing? It's delicious. Bai Luo was frugal with her words, but Bai Luo, who was in tune with her, understood her meaning. She wasn't eating because she was hungry, but because she thought it was delicious. Do you like it? This? Bai Luo held up a plate of dumplings. Bai likes this. Pastries. Bai Luo had noticed that Bai Luo rarely seemed to touch fish, shrimp, or crab, and rarely even eggs or meat. Instead, she had a particular fondness for foods made with flour. Because it's delicious, yeah, Bai Luo nodded curtly, then added, it has a kind of nostalgic flavor, like home. Bai Luo naturally didn't think the hometown Bai Luo mentioned was from his past life. The inhabitants of the wasteland were notoriously poor, so how could they have rice and flour? Could it be that these buns, steamed buns, noodles, and dumplings are the food of the Lost Kingdom, the miracle of page 5? Could the tribute it demands be these prepared pastries? Bai Luo didn't know if his idea was correct, but after giving it a try, it seemed to be fine. At this moment, Bai Luo wanted to go back immediately and perform another sacrifice to see if it was the same as his guess. Unfortunately, Bai Luo still had things to do, and he couldn't just leave like that. It won't run away anyway, and it's been a month. If I go back now, I'll have to wait at least another half a month. It's pointless. Anderson, you and Imiter watch the boat, and everyone else follow me. After saying that, Bai Luo took Bai, Gonia, Fira, and Little John off the boat and began to observe the harbor. Bai Luo was a very self-disciplined person. He could control his curiosity and do the task at hand first before talking about other things. Gonia, tell me, which one is more suitable? Yes, Gonia had actually observed for half an hour when Bai Luo left. So at this moment, she already had an idea in her mind. Captain, take a look at this slave trader. Bai Luo took the document from Gonia and glanced briefly. The girl had clearly outlined the key points and pros and cons for Bai Luo's convenience. That's a good summary. Let's choose this one. Let's go and take a look. Bai Luo glanced at Bai Luo and noticed that the girl was following him obediently. However, she clearly disliked the slave ship. Bai Luo promised not to force her, but the girl clung to Bai Luo's clothes. Thinking of Bai Luo as a miraculous creature and her own slavery, she felt insecure, and only by staying by his side could she feel less afraid. Stay by my side. Bai Luo patted Bai Luo's head, and she hurried to follow. With that, Bai Luo led the way towards the merchant ship flying the three-headed dog flag. However, before he could board, he was stopped by two burly men. What do you do? Don't you know this is a private ship? Get out of here. Bai Luo glanced at them briefly, then, hands behind his back, walked straight onto the ship's gangplank, the wooden plank connecting the ship to the shore. You? The large man raised his eyebrows, about to grab Bai Luo. Bang! A figure leaped forward. The large man instinctively tried to block, but was kicked back several steps. What kind of strange power is this? There's another one over here. Little John kicked one away, then backhandedly punched the other, sending him tumbling into the sea. Haha, done, Captain, there's more. Bai Luo stepped onto the deck and found many shirtless sailors eating. Hearing the commotion beneath the gangplank, they immediately dropped their food and returned to Little John. Wow, there are quite a lot of people here. Interesting. Little John rubbed his fists, loosened his muscles, then stepped forward, blocking Bai Luo's way. Boss, find a seat. I'll play with them for a bit. With that, Little John charged into the crowd like a hungry wolf. Although only 13, his skills were remarkable. He couldn't compare to Knowles and Bai Luo, and he'd be ranked outside the top 30 of the Aiden clan, but he was more than capable of dealing with these ordinary people. Captain, elsewhere, outside the second-floor cabin, a middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache raised his hand to stop them. Let's see first. And tell them not to use weapons, but he's already taken down over a dozen of us. I told you. The mustache-wearing man glanced at his men. Don't use weapons, John. Bai Luo heard the other man's words. He was here to do business, but showing off was important. That's enough. Haha, have fun. You're not bad, you're all pretty tough. The sailors felt deeply frustrated by Little John's mocking words. They were bodyguards on the slave ship, specializing in suppressing rebellious slaves, so they were very skilled. However, there are always people who are better than you. Today, they learned that there are monsters like Little John in this world. Pa. The mustache man descended the stairs, clapping as he walked. You're quite skilled, young man. I wonder if you have any instructions for me, sir. The mustache's words were tinged with the language of the Azure Kingdom's upper class, clearly mistaking Bai Luo for a court noble. I'm a merchant, just like you. Are you a slave owner? Seeing Bai Luo coming to him, the mustache figured it wasn't hard to guess his identity. He was either buying or selling, and he didn't buy slaves, so Bai Luo was here to buy them. I'm not a slave owner, but I do want to buy slaves. Haha, no problem. Come on, come inside and take a seat. The mustache man immediately forgot the previous disagreement and smiled. Anyone who's a guest is my friend. There's business to be done, money to be made, and even if they aren't friends, they should become friends. Now, can you tell me about your business? The mustache man sat in the banquet room, facing Bai Luo. Behind Bai Luo stood John, Xiaobei, and Fira. Gonia sat with Bai Luo because they were discussing something and needed to appear to have a certain status. Chapter 65. I shouldn't have agreed, but he offered me too much? The Cerberus Chamber of Commerce, the Mountain Kingdom's major chamber of commerce, encompasses dozens of trade sectors, including aquatic products, minerals, jewelry, textiles, and shipping. Gonio is Bai Luo's representative. Seeing her knowledge of the Cerberus Chamber, Handlebars smiled and said, yes, we're affiliated with the Cerberus Chamber, but while the slave trade is very profitable, it's not exactly glamorous, especially in countries with explicit laws prohibiting human trafficking. Gonia said, your business will be more difficult, sometimes. Just because it's difficult doesn't mean you can avoid it. Handlebars took a sip of red wine and changed the subject, saying, to maintain a market, we have to establish a slave trade in various places. After all, the people in power need us. The slave trade not only helps guide population growth, but more importantly, it can disrupt a country's security, allowing it to attract spies and undercover agents. Thus, for example, in the Holy Empire and the Far North Empire, while these two countries officially prohibit the slave trade, many people still engage in it privately. We call it Ming market, they call it black market. The name sounds a bit unpleasant, said the man with the mustache. But the slave trade is the slave trade. Good or bad, as long as there's money to be made, what difference does it make? I don't care, Bai Luo declared. I need slaves, lots of them, preferably teenagers. People are the driving force behind the development of miracle. Just like Lilith training witches, Elsa awakened the magic of ice and snow, a personal gift that Lilith didn't originally possess. But Elsa has it, and so does Lilith. So, if there are tens of thousands of witches, researching and creating, each one will provide Lilith with power. This is the true relationship between miracle and its people. Furthermore, young people represent malleability and loyalty. They can be brainwashed, making them, in some ways, far easier to deal with than established adults. Furthermore, miracle research itself requires personal cultivation. This isn't something that happens overnight, it's a decade or even century-long educational process. Only when these children grow up, form a large and continuous force, can Atón truly be considered a miracle territory with a solid foundation. Children, the mustache man didn't ask Bai Luo why he wanted children. Slave traders shouldn't ask questions. Okay, but besides that, is there anything else? Besides children, I also want adult men and women, or families with families. Bai Luo actually needed people. With people, more children would be born. Bai Luo was willing to wait 10 or 20 years for a group of native-born Atón people. Do they need their own skills? It doesn't matter if they don't, Bai Luo said. Even the most ordinary farmers, as long as they meet my requirements, I'll take them. Bai Luo didn't care about talent. After all, talent could be cultivated by the people themselves, and it would be even more loyal. How many can you transport? Bai Luo said in a deep voice. I want as many as I can. The mustache man looked at Bai Luo with surprise for the first time, looking at him puzzledly. Are you serious? Next, let me talk. Gonia started, and Bai Luo raised his hand to signal. He sat there calmly, watching Gonia's performance. John. Little John quickly pulled out a box everyone had brought and placed it on the table. Spices. The mustache man had already smelled the odor inside. As the leader of a large slave caravan, he naturally knew what it was. What's in it? Black pepper, all black pepper. After Gonia finished speaking, John immediately opened the box. The box was filled to the brim with black pepper, leaving even the mustache man staring in amazement. This is the deposit, huh? The mustache man stood up in surprise. So much? If these black peppers were converted into gold coins, they would be worth at least 50 large gold coins, equivalent to 5 million in his previous life. And this was just the deposit. Snap! Just as the mustache man was surprised, John closed the box lid. Gonia said, "Our condition is that you give us a batch of slaves originally shipped to the Holy Empire. Ordinary slaves aren't easy to sell there anyway, so why not sell them to us?" "Yeah," the mustache man said, "you make sense." Bang! The next moment, another box landed on the table. When it was opened, it still contained black pepper. Hiss! The mustache man was silent this time. Although he had responded quickly before, he was still worried. After all, trade with the Holy Empire was more important than doing business for the Mountain Kingdom. However, Bai Luo's offer was too much. 2 boxes, a deposit. 2 boxes, a deposit. The mustache man said the same thing as Gonia, but his tone was completely different. He hesitated, truly wavering. "You want too many people. Even for me, if Bai Luo had asked for dozens or hundreds, it would have been fine, but judging by the situation today, Bai Luo definitely didn't want such a small number of slaves." This made the mustache begin to doubt Bai Luo's identity. Who was he, and why was he buying so many slaves? Bang! This was the 3rd box, equivalent to a deposit of 150 large gold coins. "Just ask, do you dare?" Gonia wasn't afraid that the mustache would take the deposit and run away. Once a businessman gets a taste of success, there's no going back. Think about it, here you can make tens of millions in a single go, while over there, you work hard and only get a few million, and then you have to endure all kinds of humiliation. If you were in his shoes, could you forget the beauty of tens of millions? So Gonia knew very well that all she wanted was to impress the mustache. If knocking doesn't work, then slap it, ram it, even use money to break it open. Atón has no shortage of money. Bai Luo can pour out a ton of this kind of black pepper for you in a week. "I'll do it," the mustache agreed, decisively. As a businessman, only a fool would not take such a lucrative opportunity. If you're worried about the risks here, shipping slaves from the sea always carries the risk of being sunk by a storm. How can you achieve anything great if you're always afraid of this and that? "Welcome to the 3-headed dog slave merchants guild." The man with the mustache stood up and decisively took out the agreement, pushing it in front of Bai Luo for him to see. "Our slaves are absolutely the best." Bai Luo remained silent. Gonia said nothing either, simply asking John to hand over the deposit. Meanwhile, Bai Luo stared at the man with the mustache. Meanwhile, Lilith, on Atón Island, glowed with a pale green light. "I curse you. If you break this contract, you will die instantly." With this, Lilith, unnoticed, possessed a man with a mustache. He was merely an ordinary man, he couldn't possibly resist Lilith's curse. This was Bai Luo's insurance policy for the people of Atón. If the mustache was sincere, he would be safe. On the other hand, if the curse unleashed, a mere mortal would be powerless to withstand this curse from the immortals. "I'll do it, Captain." Gonia took the agreement from Bai Luo's hand and carefully read it over. At Bai Luo's glance, Gonia began a more detailed discussion with the beard. Soon, the two sides signed a new contract. From today on, Beard would transport a large number of slaves to an island 4-day sail from Atón, where Bai Luo would then take them away on his ship. Their trade would be settled directly in spices. This also ensured that Beard would never know the identity or location of the people he was trading with. Furthermore, if Beard violated this agreement, Bai Luo would send someone to bring the contract to his door. If the Cerberus Guild were to be discredited, Beard would surely be killed. Furthermore, Beard would never be satisfied with a mere 150 gold coins. He wanted more, absolutely more. Chapter 66 Incompetence. "Have you agreed?" "Yes," Gonia and Mustache discussed for a long time. Around evening, everyone declined Mustache's invitation to dinner. Bai Luo was eager to return home, eager to prepare for the sacrifice of the 5th miracle and study Bai Luo's miracle power. He didn't have the time to enjoy a meal or drinks with others. "The first batch of transactions will be in a month." "Yes, that's just in time. We can build up a sufficient force by then, and even if there's a rebellion, we can suppress it." Bai Luo didn't trust the slaves he had purchased. He would provide them with food and clothing, then brainwash them until they were loyal to Atón. Only then would he attempt to grant them miracle power. But this was destined to be limited to a small number of people. Most, not to mention loyalty, lacked the qualifications to receive miracles. Miracle power was special, it inherently verified loyalty. If anyone harbored ill intentions or was hostile to the Lord of Miracles, the power would definitely not bless them. As for the rest of his subjects, to deter them, Atón needed his own armed forces. The descendants of the tree elves are about to awaken. Although their population is small, only 80 individuals, once a miracle is achieved, they will be able to gain at least 60 adult members of the lower-level miracle race. With such a force, Bai Luo is not afraid, even if there are spies among the slaves. After we return, we must unite our thoughts, Bai Luo said. Surely, Lilith, and Bai, their existence will be kept secret, and no one outside the core Atón will be aware of it. The so-called core Atón people are the Atón clan who originally followed Bai Luo, as well as the tree elves who will become Bai Luo's miracle race. Bai Luo has absolute trust in them. These people will also serve as guardians of secrets, becoming the royal guards of the Atón principality, safeguarding the royal secrets. Furthermore, if they fully accept Bai Luo's miracle power, such people are absolutely loyal and qualified to become part of the core Atón people. Bai Luo will naturally treat them equally, just as he treats the current Atón people. Next, we will carry out our second mission. The second mission is to provide Atón Island with sufficient livestock and horses. At the same time, Bai Luo also wanted to import some dairy cows and poultry to provide Atón with milk and eggs, expanding his diet. The first moment sacred bag could pour out seeds, but it couldn't create livestock. Fortunately, this part of the transaction was relatively easy. It involved no political struggles, it was pure trade, and the profits were high enough that no one would be dissatisfied. Bai Luo didn't single out just one merchant, but instead split the profits evenly, contracting the transportation of livestock and horses among 6 merchants to ensure he always had supplies. However, until Atón Island opened its port, all supplies were sent to an island about 4 days' sail southwest of Atón Island, and forwarded by Atón specialists. Of course, if they were being followed, don't blame Bai Luo for being ruthless. Okay, let's go. Bai Luo returned to the ship and announced the departure. After 7 or 8 days out, everyone had long missed life in Atón. Let's go home. Little John was delighted. Fira also took back the white eagle hidden and began to talk to her friends about her progress in magic. There's an interesting point here that needs to be explained. Fira and Bai Yingain had been away from Lilith for a long time, and at a great distance, yet the magic and fairy power within them continued to grow. Bai Luo concluded, miraculous powers should be independent of distance, even at great distances, they are still enhanced. So, Bai, what exactly are your abilities? Lilith and Shirley were both incredibly miraculous. As a fellow miraculous creature, Bai Luo shouldn't be much behind. While he didn't know what the Shilling survivors were, Bai Luo felt that Bai Luo couldn't be any weaker than fairies and Pegasus. Bai, I don't know. Bai Luo felt as though he'd become more gluttonous, but otherwise, nothing was wrong. If your appetite increases, your strength should increase, right? Bai Luo said, and then began testing Bai Luo's strength. His strength had indeed increased, but not significantly. Are you not a strength-type miracle, Bai? Bai Luo then tested many of Bai Luo's attributes, but the results showed that he was even weaker than an average person his age, let alone displaying the miraculous powers of Pegasus and fairies. Bai, aren't you useless? Bai Luo felt deeply saddened by her own lack of ability. If she hadn't completed the miracle contract, she would still be that helpless slave. Bai Luo would probably be kneeling on the ground again, clutching Bai Luo's trouser legs, begging him not to drive her away. No way. Bai Luo treated Bai Luo like a younger sister. Her dejected expression, the miracle resonating with her master, made Bai Luo's heart ache. Eat buns, eat buns. Just eat a bun and you'll be happy. Yeah, Bai Luo was simple-minded. She smiled when she was happy and felt depressed when she was unhappy. But more often than not, she would quietly sit in a corner and eat her buns. Therefore, there was no problem that couldn't be solved by eating a bun. If there was, then eat another one. Happy, after finishing 10 red bean paste buns in a row, Bai Luo smiled contentedly. Red bean paste buns, so delicious, as long as they're delicious, Bai Luo smiled. We don't have much else at home, but we have plenty of buns. The journey home passed without incident. The slave trade takes a month, but livestock is much faster. The traders have already begun preparations. Bai Luo won't be taking any back himself, but they will have everything ready within 3 days. So, in 10 days at most, the livestock will be transported to Atón Island by the tree elves. Atón people will no longer lack meat, and their diet will be more diverse and nutritious. I see the island, boss. Little John, perched on the observation deck, spotted Atón Island through his telescope and waved excitedly below. Finally back, Bai Luo said, noticing a surge of birds in the sky. Those uninformed might mistake them for migratory birds unique to Atón Island, but in reality, they are Marines from Atón Naval Headquarters, aerial scouts for the elves. Your Majesty, Ensign White Eagle Silver of Naval Headquarters reports in, led by White Eagle Silver, nearly 100 seagulls and migratory birds circled in the sky before landing on the ship's railing. Has the number of ferries increased so much in the 2 weeks since we were away? Already 400, Your Majesty. Ying, the White Eagle, was very good at statistics. It reported to Bai Luo the distribution of the ferries on the island, 120 flying feather ferries, 150 aquatic ferries, and about 130 downy ones. Flying feathers refers to the birds in the sky that have been granted Lilith's miraculous power. Aquatic refers to animals that can survive in water. Downy refers to furry creatures like cats and dogs. However, this also presents a problem. It's difficult to distinguish between food and fairies. Bai Luo took this into consideration and had Lilith make an amendment. Specifically, aquatic fish fairies are limited to large fish and fish-like creatures like dolphins, sharks, and whales. This ensures that fishermen don't catch aquatic fairies. Downy ones, on the other hand, are limited to pets kept by the Atón people. Lilith would not grant fairy powers to purely wild animals. There were no major restrictions on birds. Domestic poultry could not be endowed with intelligence. As for foreign birds, their species must be determined first. The Atón people will then eliminate them from their diet. It must be said that, assuming Lilith's daily production of fairy power remains constant, such concentrated breeding is far more efficient than a more dispersed, more widespread approach. Are there so many already? Bai Luo discovered that the fairy population was growing much faster than the two other Atón tribes. The only regret is that the fairy population is extremely reproductively isolated. Even among the same fairy species, different species cannot produce offspring. Fortunately, fairies do not define race based on reproduction. As long as they are Lilith's miraculous offspring, they are all family. Not even cats and mice will attack each other. Flying feather fairies, help me guard the Atón Gate and monitor the entire sea area at all times, as you command, Your Majesty. The fairies' wisdom was bestowed upon them by Bai Luo. In their eyes, Bai Luo is no different from the god who created them. They consider it an honor to serve Bai Luo. By the way, since the Flying Feather tribe has reached 120, your rank must be raised, otherwise it will be difficult to convince the people, Bai Luo said. From today on, I appoint you, Bai Ying, as captain of the Atón Navy headquarters. Quack overjoyed, the eagle quacked again. Thank you, Your Majesty. Bai Ying will repay your grace with my life. I grant you the power to appoint lower-ranking officials, but not too many. Understand? I understand. Bai Ying happily flew away with his brothers and sisters, along with Bai Ying, who had accompanied them all the way. Upon reaching the island, Bai Luo discovered that the Atón people were already waiting at the harbor. For them, welcoming the king's return was more important than anything else. Brother Bai Luo heard Inya's voice from afar. Bai Luo smiled and waved, while Bai Luo, standing beside him, looked at Inya curiously. Huh? Why is there someone else? Brother, who is this? This was Inya's first meeting with Bai Luo. Perhaps it was just like-minded attraction. Inya sensed a kindred spirit in her. Inya, I've seen this sister before. Bai Luo, no, we haven't. This is Bai. This is Inya, my sister, yo. Inya greeted with a smile. At the same time, Bai Luo introduced Bai Luo to everyone. The people of Atón naturally had no doubts about the people Bai Luo personally brought back, but they would still observe them carefully for a while to prevent the newcomers from being spies sent by the enemy. This task definitely had nothing to do with Bai Luo, as she was a miracle. But in the future, Bai Luo would definitely prioritize this work. Because soon, a large number of immigrants will arrive in this land. By then, Bai Luo alone will not be enough to establish a security line. The people of Atón must become the country's firewall, Bai Luo's eyes and ears, keeping watch over every corner. Chapter 67. Nothing more to say, let's start the ceremony. Miracle creature, the uncle and his senior sister were once again shocked upon learning Bai Luo's identity. Bai Luo was fine, and definitely wouldn't be. No more words, let's begin the ceremony. The number of miracles a nation possesses symbolizes its heritage and bolsters national confidence. Of course, the nation here refers to the people of miracles. Ordinary people without miraculous powers are not recognized as subjects by the Lord of Miracles, and are even unaware of the existence of miracles. However, the uncle also stated that the specific abilities of miracles must be carefully guarded. Even among the people themselves, too much knowledge is forbidden. In the future, as Atón develops and the people of Atón assume their respective roles, those who receive a few miracles will be able to learn the secrets of a few miracles. The loyalty of the people of miracles is unquestionable, and with Bai Luo's gag order, they cannot reveal anything they want to say. So, under the uncle's presidency, everyone swore another oath to Bai Luo. However, no one inquired about Bai Luo's abilities or what kind of miracle creature she was, instead remaining unanimously silent. The fourth miracle. This is the fourth. Not only did the island's Athenians take the oath, but even those who had already taken it, like John and Phaira, joined in. At such a sacred and glorious moment, the Athenians offered, "One more bottle." "Hello everyone, I'm Bai Luo, you can call me Bai." The girl spoke in the new Atón language, which Bai Luo had taught her upon arrival as a prelude to her introduction. Perhaps it was the power of miracles, but Bai Luo had a quick learning aptitude. In just 6 or 7 days, she had already learned a vast vocabulary. While she couldn't speak fluently yet, she had no trouble understanding simple words and sentences. However, Bai Luo was only active around Bai Luo. She was extremely cautious around outsiders. If no one approached her, she would quietly sit in a corner, eating steamed buns and munching on steamed buns, remarkably well-behaved and docile. "Uncle." Bai Luo dismissed the group and took Bai to find his uncle. Bai Luo was too peculiar. Throughout his journey, Bai Luo made numerous attempts, but he was unable to uncover her miraculous power. However, the Black Book clearly stated that she had awakened. Indeed, unawakened and self-discovery are two completely different things. In the former, Bai Luo remained an ordinary person, not a miraculous creature. In the latter, however, Bai Luo had awakened into a miraculous creature, but her abilities were so unique that Bai Luo hadn't discovered them. In response, Bai Luo stated, "This is either the Black Book's fault or its fault. Don't you know what Bai's ability is?" The old uncle, aware of Bai Luo's dilemma, suggested, "The one who's most familiar with miracles is the miracle itself. Why not let Lilith and Shirley make the judgment?" Right, Bai Luo had always explored on his own, and he had never even asked Shirley, "The light is dark? Truly the light is dark?" So, Bai Luo called Shirley and Lilith over and asked them to carefully sense Bai Luo. Shirley doesn't really understand. Shirley had been with Bai Luo the entire time, but she hadn't noticed anything. Where's Lilith? To think there's such a miraculous creature. Unlike Shirley, Lilith, upon seeing Bai Luo, immediately exclaimed, "Is this truly a miraculous creature?" Lilith's words caught the attention of the uncle and the senior sister. "What do you mean?" The uncle, hearing Lilith's words, asked, "Is there something special about Bai?" "Well, for normal miracles, the miraculous power is released outward. Because our miraculous power is infinite, there's always a portion that overflows. This miraculous power is one of the sources of miraculous derivatives," Lilith said. "But Bai's miraculous power is concentrated inward, miraculous power that concentrates inward." The senior sister and Bai Luo didn't understand what she meant, but the uncle did. "She can't bestow miraculous power upon others." Yes, that was exactly what Lilith was trying to say. "That's why I find it incredible. Logically, there's only one type of miracle that can't bestow miraculous power, the lowest level miracle. The lowest level miracles cannot produce miracle races, they can only bring convenience to people's lives. However, starting from the lowest level, almost all miracles can overflow with miracle power, giving rise to miracle races, miracle children, and miracle derivatives." "What level of miracle is Bai?" the old uncle asked Bai Luo, but Bai Luo himself didn't know. Undetermined, the old uncle said, "Luo, as a miracle master, you don't know. The information I received is that her level is undetermined." "There's such a miracle." The senior sisters all looked surprised, a rare sight. "How about this?" the old uncle said, "Starting tomorrow, I'll test this child to see if I can determine her specific abilities. After all, a lowest level miracle can't possibly possess this level of miracle power." The old uncle looked at Lilith. "Am I correct, Miss Lilith?" "Grandpa is right." Lilith nodded. "Her miracle power is even greater than mine and Shirley's. Such a miracle creature could never be the lowest level." The lowest level doesn't possess this kind of power. Then I'll trouble you, uncle. Bai Luo trusted uncle deeply. He was a perfect teacher, having single-handedly educated the entire village of Atón. Uncle could almost spot talent at a glance, then quickly tap into it and teach the child accordingly. Bai Luo couldn't see Xiaobei's potential, nor could his senior sister, and even Lilith and Shirley, fellow miraculous creatures, couldn't. But Bai Luo felt uncle could do it. Xiaobei, Bai Luo called Xiaobei over and said, "From tomorrow on, you'll follow this old man. He'll teach you a lot of knowledge and skills. Study hard, okay?" Yes, Xiaobei didn't understand, but she also wanted to gain skills and help Bai Luo. Uncle was known for his kindness among the Atón clan, and many children adored him. Little Helen, Stephanie, and other little girls would often pester uncle to tell them stories. Fia, come along too. Although uncle was a talented man, he was still a man, and teaching Xiaobei would be difficult, so he called his senior sister along. That's it for now. After making arrangements for Bai Luo, Bai Luo thought about the sacrifice. Also, Xiaobei is the miracle of the Lost Kingdom. She loves pastries, saying they taste like home. Home, the uncle immediately reacted. The Lost Kingdom, could it be? Bai Luo nodded, and the two of them immediately decided that for the next sacrifice, the offerings would be pastries like their own steamed buns, steamed bread, and qingchuan, a type of glutinous rice dumpling. They would be made and offered that same day as a sign of sincerity. Thus, 4 days passed quietly. Today was the agreed date for the sea departure and handover. Bai Luo selected a group of male tree elves. Led by Anderson and guided by Gonia, they sailed to the transit island to receive the first batch of livestock and horses. Thus, another 2 days passed. During these days, Bai Luo was like attending class, following her senior sister during the day and completing homework assigned by the uncle. The uncle had many other things to do, so he could only spare 2 hours a day. With the help of the senior sister, he studied Bai Luo's miraculous power. But after so many days, Bai Luo hasn't heard of any breakthrough results. Chapter 68, Atón the Fool. The uncle faced his first real challenge. He was a mature old man, and naturally, the hallmark of a mature man is stability. He remained calm even when faced with a mountain collapsing before him. The uncle was just that kind of person. Incredible. So what's going on? The uncle trained Bai Luo, thoroughly testing her abilities in every way. But no matter how he tested, the uncle came up with the same conclusion. Bai Luo was just an ordinary person with a remarkable learning ability. Impossible, that's impossible. How could an ordinary person eat so much? The uncle watched Bai Luo devour 100 steamed buns. 100 steamed buns. Even an Atonian, eating their fill, couldn't eat 100. But Bai Luo's stomach was like a bottomless pit. She digested everything she ate. Even more terrifying, she hadn't even used the bathroom. All in, nothing out. This was true absorption. Absolute absorption. Even stranger, Bai Luo hadn't gained any weight. It was as if the food had transported her to another world. Uncle had only 2 theories for such power. First, she was a descendant of a miracle, and second, she was a miracle herself. However, Bai Luo couldn't be a descendant of a miracle, because no race of miracles possessed internalized miracle power. That completely violated the law of the miracle person. I don't understand. I really don't understand. For 3 days, Uncle pondered this question. What's wrong, Uncle? I've run into a problem, Uncle said to Bai Luo. I just can't figure out what's going on with Xiaobei. Bai Luo hadn't expected Uncle to be truly stumped. No rush, take your time, Uncle. Uncle wasn't completely absorbed in Bai Luo. He set aside 2 hours a day to study her, but the rest of the time, he had other things to do. Uncle was a very disciplined person, single-mindedly focused on whatever he was doing. When studying Bai Luo, he completely forgot about everything else and only thought about the girl. Conversely, when the old uncle was busy with other things, he wouldn't dwell on Bai Luo's problems. That's why the old uncle was incredibly efficient. It seems I'll have to carve out more time every day to focus on Xiaobei. The old uncle felt that the exploration of the miraculous creatures was more important to Atón and Bai Luo, so he made a decision. Give me a few more days, as long as you want. Bai Luo wasn't in a rush, and so a few more days passed. The old uncle seemed to be making some progress, but he wasn't sure, so he asked Bai Luo for a few more days. That afternoon, Bai Luo leaned against a tree, quietly eating her favorite steamed buns. She wasn't in a good mood, even a little depressed. She knew what miracles were, and she had interacted with Shirley and Lilith, and felt their terrifying power. Initially, Bai Luo was extremely hopeful, hoping to become just as powerful. But as the days passed, although the old man never expressed any dissatisfaction with Bai Luo, instead constantly encouraging and making her happy, Bai Luo was sensitive and could sense that she wasn't good enough. She's a worthless creature. Meow Cat Lingling looked at the white-haired girl before her, curiously examining her while making various gestures to attract her attention. Munbeo, mine. However, Bai Luo was completely oblivious to the cat's endearment and instead protected the bun in her hand. No, Cat Lingling, clearly. The bun was more important than petting the cat. Meow Cat Lingling wasn't asking Bai Luo to pet it, she sensed the girl's distress and came to comfort her. The little creature stood up, waving its paws adorably, trying to cheer Bai Luo up. But unfortunately, even if you beg me, Bai Luo clutched the bun even tighter. I won't give it to you, Cat Lingling. Strands of light shone diagonally through the gaps between the leaves, like a golden curtain, shrouding the forest in a mysterious veil. Beneath the tree, Bai Luo leaned against it. She glanced at the steamed bun in her hand, then at Mao Lingling, sprawled dejectedly on the ground. The girl sighed helplessly, reluctantly handing the bun over. Since you like it so much, well, this bun, I'll give it to you. Just eat it slowly, Bai Luo said. She pulled another bun from her bosom and nibbled blissfully. Mao Lingling felt like she had no desire to live. She preferred fish to buns, but she had a terrible tooth for them. And you have buns, you know? Why aren't you eating them? Bai Luo noticed that Mao Lingling hadn't eaten the bun. She thought for a moment, then suddenly realized something. She pulled a steamed bun from her sleeve. So you like them? Sorry, I didn't realize that. Then, Bai Luo took the bun back and replaced it with another. Meow, Mao Lingling felt so stupid. This girl was impossible to communicate with. This cat saw that you were unhappy, so I came here to pet you. Petting a cat can make people happy, isn't that common sense? However, the person Mao Lingling met was Bai Luo, a chubby weirdo who had no idea how cute furry and puffy creatures were. Hey! You're here. Just when Mao Lingling was speechless, Inya appeared in their sight. Xiao Bei, right. Although she had been training with her uncle and senior sister for several days, Inya had never had the opportunity to have a good conversation with Bai Luo. Until now, the two of them probably only knew each other's names. My name is Inya, you should know that, right? Inya sat down next to Bai Luo, shoulder to shoulder, with a familiar look. You're amazing. Dad is super perverted. I've never seen him troubled by anything, let me tell you. Inya casually took the steamed bun that Bai Luo had just brought back from Mao Lingling and bit off most of it in one bite. You are the first person who, after 4 or 5 days, still left Dad helpless. Bai Luo, confused. Bun. Oh, this bun, it tastes so special. Isn't it made by Lilith? Bai Luo, crying. My bun, it was eaten. There's a steamed bun here? Let me try it. Bai Luo, trembling. Even my steamed bun was not spared. Born as a slave, Bai Luo had no idea what resistance was when facing non-enemies. So even when Inya took away her bun and steamed bun, she didn't dare to react. Oh, sorry, I ate your steamed buns and dumplings. Tai Hanhun rubbed the back of his head and said apologetically, by the way, someone in the village is making rice cakes today. Come on, I'll treat you to some rice cakes. Bai Luo had never eaten rice cakes before, but she subconsciously felt that they were something special. Just hearing the name makes it sound delicious. By the way, who made your dumplings? They taste so special. Inya was also a foodie, but she wasn't the kind of mean girl who'd steal someone else's food. Inya was just trying them, that's all. Yes, master. Bai Luo timidly explained the origins of the steamed buns and dumplings. To cheer Bai Luo up, her uncle noticed her love for steamed buns and dumplings and even took to the kitchen himself, creating a variety of pastries that were practically works of art. Oh, Inya exclaimed in surprise. So that's it. It's Dad who made them. As expected, no one else in the village could make such delicious dumplings except her uncle. In Inya's mind, her uncle was a top-notch chef, hindered by blacksmithing, sailing, fishing, hunting, politics, military affairs, economics, literature, art, and music. Oh, by the way, this is for you. Inya pulled a stack of flatbreads wrapped in a paper bag from her bosom. Not one to be fierce, she liked to keep things in her bosom to enhance her demonic energy. I just ate your buns. This is for you. So, please forgive me. Bai Luo hesitated to take the flatbread Inya offered. New to Atón Island, she had developed a trust not only in Bai Luo, her master, but also in her uncle and her senior sister. Her uncle was like a father, incredibly kind and gentle. If she was hungry, he would personally prepare delicious meals for her. And after every training session, it was her senior sister who helped her bathe. While others might find her cold and difficult to get along with, Bai Luo could sense her care. It was a gentleness like cotton wool, which, though without warmth, instilled in one's heart the warmth of cold. As for Inya, he, seeing the girl's innocent smile, the innocent Bai Luo took the pancake. Here, try it, see how it tastes. Bai Luo took a bite, and her eyes lit up. Delicious, of course. Inya waved her hand. This is a pancake made by this general myself. Even if it's not as good as my father's, it's still 80%. 80% is still good. Good, very impressive. Bai Luo's attention was focused on the word general. She had never thought that Inya would be a general under her master's command. Following her uncle and senior sister, Bai Luo learned a lot of Atón language. Her learning ability was exceptional. In less than 2 weeks, she had almost no language barrier. Be low key, be low key. Inya is 3 or 4 years older than Bai Luo, but Dihanhan, who always pretends to be cool in front of children, is a little embarrassed at this time. Anyway, Inya, am very powerful. You just need to know this. Yak, Bai Luo nodded repeatedly. She found that the pancake was really delicious. This, delicious. Oh, Inya said disdainfully, what's that? My Atón food is vast. Inya, come on, let me show you my specialty. Name the dishes. In just a few minutes, Bai Luo was attracted by the world of food described by Inya. Glowing cuisine, legendary kitchenware, the spirit of the king of medicine, and that midnight cafeteria where the cooking takes 3 seconds and the story takes 19 minutes. Oh no, I almost forgot about Wu Lang, Inya said, listing them all. Wu Lang, that unfathomable man who travels far and wide, working even during mealtimes. Inya looked down and saw that Bai Luo had grabbed the edge of her shirt. The girl raised her head proudly, then patted her chest and said, from now on, you're my sister. Anyone who dares to bully you will doubt their life if I don't crush them. My Inya, that's the strongest. Atón. Inya noticed Bai Luo's admiring gaze and quickly changed her words. The sister of that man. Atón was the strongest, either senior sister or Bai Luo. But no matter which one, Inya was their sister. So this was the perfect answer. It was like that classic scene, if your mother and your wife fell into the river, which one would you save first? If it were Inya, she would decisively jump in and shout, save me, I can't swim. Help me, anyway, follow Sister Inya and I'll take you to try all the delicious food in Atón. Yak, Bai Luo nodded repeatedly, which made Inya extremely excited, but also a little panicked. Because she was actually a fake, she could brag, but when it came to the real deal, she was full of loopholes. And this was also the official meeting of the two girls, Atón Dasha and Atón Ursha. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 69 Index Explosion. From a distance, Bai Luo spotted 2 figures sitting cross-legged beneath an ancient tree. They were Inya and Bai Luo. What are you doing? 2 young girls, one large and one small, were meditating beneath the tree, as if cultivating immortals. Inya, this is the homework my father gave us. We need to appreciate nature. Bai Luo nodded. Gurgle, that was the sound of Inya's stomach growling. Tell the truth, I didn't pay attention in class, so Dad punished me, Inya said. He didn't let me eat lunch. What does that have to do with meditation? Minimizing bodily functions can reduce energy consumption, Inya said, feeling quite clever. Brother, you said so, Bai Luo nodded repeatedly. Yak, Bai Luo was speechless. He pulled out his pocket and poured out a lot of fruit. I see you knew I was coming back, so you were trying to trick me into eating. Brother, you're the best. Inya snatched the fruit Bai Luo offered her. She gave half to Bai Luo and shouted, hurrah. Bai Luo raised her hands, hurrah, pa. Fruits fell to the ground, and Bai Luo squatted down to pick them up. But halfway through, another fruit fell from her arms. She went back for more, but the more she picked up, the more fruit she picked up. Bai Luo, during this time, Bai Luo had been staying by Inya's side, and their relationship had grown closer, like that of real sisters. Inya is the youngest in the Bai Luo family and has always been the one to be taken care of. Now that Bai Luo is around, Inya immediately takes on the role of an older sister. Although still very immature, she strives very hard to act like a mature older sister and take good care of Bai Luo. Bai Luo can feel the warmth and coldness of human nature, and Inya's innocence makes the longer they spend together, the closer Bai Luo becomes. What kind of catchphrase is that? Change it. Hey, Inya didn't care about that anymore. She quickly called out to Bai Luo, Xiao Bei, buns, buns, buns. Bai Luo took out a bun and handed it to Bai Luo. The latter looked at the bun in his hand in confusion. Didn't the uncle punish you by not having lunch? What's the matter with this bun? I'm the only one who is punished by not having lunch. Inya ate the fruit and smiled. Xiao Bei is here to keep me company. The uncle loved Bai Luo so much, how could he let her go hungry? But Inya, she skipped classes every day, didn't do her homework, and was lazy even when she was punished to copy. Someone like her wouldn't die from starvation even if she went hungry. Of course, the uncle still doted on Inya, so there were many loopholes. Then why are you giving me the bun? That's not for you, brother. Inya took the bun from Bai Luo's hand. It's for me. Before Dad left, there was a rule that Xiao Bei wasn't allowed to bring me food. Even if it was thrown away and I picked it up, it's not allowed, but there are always countermeasures. Uncle didn't rule that Bai Luo couldn't bring Inya food. You've become smarter here. Bai Luo helplessly touched Inya's head, but the girl clearly didn't want to embarrass herself in front of her sister. Brother, I'm grown up. Don't touch my head anymore. Yes, yes, yes. Bai Luo pulled his hand back, but the look in Inya's eyes showed that she was reluctant to let him go. Her intentions were clear. When no one was around, he could touch her head as often as he wanted. In private, Bai Luo could touch her as long as he wanted. Looking at Bai Luo again, she was already a little silly, and now with Inya, she became even more silly and cute. But Bai Luo could sense that the girl was happy. Playing with Inya helped her quickly integrate into Atón. This was a good thing. The uncle must have known this, which was why he felt comfortable letting Inya accompany her. Uncle. Not long after, the uncle returned. Inya quickly sat down cross-legged, and Bai Luo followed suit. Xiao Luo is here. The uncle glanced at the two girls. He knew Inya was already full and satisfied. Okay, go have fun. Xiao Luo and I have something to do. It's vacation time. Hurrah, hurrah. Bai Luo didn't understand what Inya was so happy about, but it was no surprise that she followed suit. Come on, let's go. Today I'll take you to eat something delicious, something even better than steamed buns. Steamed buns, the best. What about steamed buns? Bai Luo also likes steamed buns, but you couldn't have your cake and eat it too. So, Bai Luo was stumped by Inya's question. Tomorrow, Bai Luo said to Inya, tomorrow's steamed buns will be the best. What about the day after tomorrow? Pancakes. What about the day after tomorrow? Wontons? Ha, don't eat that all the time. I'll take you to eat something else. Let's go. The two people's voices grew farther and farther away. Bai Luo watched them leave as if they were two little sisters. I'm relieved that they get along so well. I'm just worried that Inya will lead Xiao Bei astray. Atón already has a big fool, and with Bai Luo, will Atón have another fool? Afterwards, Bai Luo and his uncle walked deeper into the forest, chatting about their research on Bai Luo. After these days of research, I finally achieved some results. How is it? Quite peculiar, the old uncle said. I discussed her case with Brother Andrew and also looked through the remaining ancient texts of Atón. I finally found a typical case. What case? The war god Atón, who fell hundreds of years ago? The old uncle explained. Xiao Bei's situation is very similar to war god Atón. At first, war god Atón was just like a mortal, but with constant training, learning, and fighting, he grew stronger and stronger. So, Xiao Bei is a miraculous creature that can grow. Bai Luo was human, so it wasn't reasonable to call her a creature, but Bai Luo didn't mean to discriminate. Yes, she can grow, the old uncle said. She has a strong learning ability, and she has a uniquely ethereal air. Yes, ethereal. She was like a blank slate, devoid of any distractions. She quickly mastered any boxing or martial arts that the old uncle taught her. The only problem lay in her physical fitness. Bai Luo is only 12 years old. Coupled with her lack of exercise and years of malnutrition, she's unable to unleash her full potential. How does she compare to us Atón people? As it stands now, there's a significant gap, the old uncle said, but, Xiao Luo, do you remember that mathematical formula you told me before? The one that shows little change at first, but becomes increasingly terrifying as time goes on, exponential explosion. Yes, that's it, the old uncle said. Xiao Bai's situation is somewhat similar. At first, her progress isn't rapid, but as time goes on, she'll become increasingly powerful. But will that take time? A very long time, the old uncle confirmed Bai Luo's statement, but added, perhaps it will take decades, perhaps even longer, but one day, she will become our Atón's new god of war. The old uncle had a very high opinion of Bai Luo. The problem was, Bai Luo's growth was far too complex and troublesome. While she'd certainly become formidable in the future, they clearly didn't have the time right now. I'm updating too quickly. The editor asked me to post less. But don't worry, less posts don't mean less storage. So the rules for recommendation votes remain the same. They will be counted when the chapter is put on the shelves, and for every 1,000 recommendation votes, one chapter, 2,000 words, will be added, with no upper limit. Chapter 70, The Day of Blessing Atón. So, how long will it take for Xiao Bai to reach the combat power of a miracle soldier? I haven't tested her adaptability to other miracles, the old uncle said. On her own, it might take 6 months, a year, that's too long, Bai Luo understood. Bai Luo was a treasure miracle. The longer her inheritance, the more powerful she became. Bai Luo wondered if the Black Book's undetermined rating was due to this. Maybe not. Don't worry about it, the old uncle patted Bai Luo's shoulder and smiled. Xiao Bai is only 12. Sending such a young child to the battlefield is too much. That's right, Bai Luo said. When Xiao Bai grows up and her miracle power is continuously tapped, then she will protect Atón. More importantly, Atón already had more than enough miracles. Pegasus Shirley, the fairy Lilith, the nascent holy bag, the soon-to-awaken tree elf descendant, and that unknown, strange miracle. If we use a game analogy, Bai Luo is a hero for the late game. Bai Luo could have used the miracles, which had already demonstrated their strengths in the early stages, to support Bai Luo, waiting until she reached her peak before feeding back to the other miracles. For this reason, the old uncle didn't demand excessive training from Bai Luo. Instead, he balanced work and rest, focusing more on cultivating Bai Luo's love and sense of belonging to Atón. This was crucial. Besides, a miracle can't possibly have such a significant flaw, the old uncle said. If it weren't you, Xiao Luo, but another miracle master had obtained Xiao Bai, wouldn't Xiao Bai's power be useless? Indeed, it was. If Bai Luo truly was weak in the early stages and needed to wait until the later stages, even few miracle masters could sustain them. Therefore, the old uncle believed there must be some shortcut to Bai Luo's power. However, this was something Bai Luo had to discover himself. Only the actions of miracle masters could unleash the potential of miracles and propel them to greater heights. No matter how powerful the old uncle was, he couldn't interfere. He could only offer advice, nothing more. Before they knew it, the two had already passed through the dense forest. Ahead lay a circular, deforested area, dotted with massive tree stumps. These were Lilith's magical creations, and served as the arena where everyone practiced their martial arts and magic. In the center, senior sister Inya was practicing her spearmanship. Uncle and Bai Luo watched from below. It was undeniable that senior sister's every move was truly impeccable, practically a work of art. After completing her practice, senior sister returned her spear to its original position and approached Bai Luo and uncle. Father, I've summarized Xiao Bai's lessons. In the coming days, Fia will teach Xiao Bai how to fight. Take the girl along, so we can practice together. Uncle's work was done, he knew how to train Bai Luo, but senior sister was still responsible for the specific training and instruction. In combat, senior sister had surpassed even this old man. Eat some buns. Another day of training concluded, and Inya and Bai Luo sat down on the edge of the stumps. Thanks, Inya accepted the steamed buns from Bai Luo. The two girls sat on the grass and shared their meal. The world of foodies is so simple. Inya herself was a bit of a noob, yet she possessed an inexplicable charm that attracted others of her kind. The two of them found more and more common ground, and through training together, even their daily routines became similar. Let me tell you, Xiao Bei, roasted sweet potatoes are delicious. Sweet potatoes. Bai Luo had never tasted sweet potatoes, but Inya was a seasoned gourmet whom she admired. What are they? They haven't been planted in the fields yet, but my brother has some in stock, Inya said. I'll get some out tonight and let you taste my cooking. Stealing is not good. Bai Luo was Bai Luo's miracle creature. After all, she couldn't do anything to harm him. But strangely, Bai Luo didn't object when she considered stealing the sweet potatoes. If my brother would be upset, you'd know by now, wouldn't you? Yeah. Bai Luo's lack of objection indicated that even if she were caught, Bai Luo wouldn't be angry. Miraculous creatures understand their masters best. Even though Bai Luo puts on a playful front, the first people to feel the rage within are undoubtedly Shirley, Lilith, and Bai Luo. The master is angry, and he wants to kill this person, but he can't. They will know and understand the cause and effect. Bai Luo is well aware of Inya's gluttony. That's why he'd previously told her to just take food from the cellar when hungry, without explaining. But, if senior sister finds out, during these days of training and interactions, Bai Luo deeply admired her uncle and senior sister. Senior sister, in particular, was so formidable that even Bai Luo relied on her. They not only trained her strength, but also her courage, allowing Bai Luo to begin to learn to be a true warrior. Bai Luo was grateful to them and had a deep respect for the two elders. But subconsciously, Bai Luo envied senior sister. The thought of Bai Luo saying, please, Xiao Bei, made Bai Luo so excited that she could eat twice as many steamed buns and dumplings. What's wrong with senior sister? I'm still second senior sister. Oh, Bai Luo was surprised by this and was speechless with shock. Although Inya's combat ability was average, Bai Luo felt that with his uncle so clever, his senior sister so clever, and his master even more clever than the others, there was no reason why Inya couldn't be a fool, right? Even if she were, Bai Luo, so naive, probably wouldn't have noticed. Bai Luo, yes, I've indeed seen this sister. So, in the middle of the night, the two little girls gathered some sweet potatoes and a large amount of fallen leaves, gazing at the moon and stars in the sky, awaiting the birth of a delicious treat. Delicious, really? I want one more. Here, you're welcome, as many as you want. In the forest, the two girls whispered about this special moment. The sacrifice was about a week away. How is the port development going? 60%. Construction of the port town was 60% complete, and the remaining time would allow for completion before the first batch of slaves arrived. Bai Luo handed this part of the work over to Lilith. But he did not ask Lilith to build the port town perfectly. Everything should be simple, as long as it is not as chaotic as a pirate fishing village. In terms of style, Bai Luo chose an architecture that is more Nordic, and asked Lilith to create a lot of flowers and grass to embellish the entire town like a dream. Even if the new population is an outsider, they are still Bai Luo's people after all. Bai Luo will provide them with a good living environment and food, clothing, housing and transportation. For this reason, Bai Luo began to let Grandpa Andrew and Grandpa Shan Wang and others revise the laws of Atón. According to the plan of the old people, when the new people arrive, it is time to establish a country in Atón. Although the population is still small, a country is a country. When we are completely settled, Xiao Luo can announce the establishment of a country, the old uncle said. Establishing a country must be accompanied by the establishment of diplomatic relations. At that time, in order to have equal exchanges, we must come up with corresponding capital, that is, miracles. So in order to protect Atón, Xiao Luo, you have to be prepared to put which miracles on the table. Next, 2 chapters will be updated every day until it is put on the shelves. Chapter 71 The Principality of Atón. Should we establish a vassal state or a duchy? The smallest nation wasn't a duchy, but a vassal state, a lord of miracles who possessed only one miracle. The Earl of Thorns and the Marquises of Springwater, though they were earls and marquises, their allegiance to the Iron Eagle King was only in name. In reality, their rule over their territories was absolute, intolerant of outside interference. Therefore, these individuals were called kings. Just like in the spring and autumn period of Bai Luo's previous life, many nations were actually marquisates, but to show respect, they often addressed each other as Duke. Of course, Duke in the Land of Miracles was a specific title, so it wasn't something you could call casually. Prince, Duke, king, and emperor. These were the 4 titles assigned to lords of miracles in the new world of miracles. Holding 1 miracle made them a vassal and a monarch, 3 made them a duchy and a duke, 7 made them a kingdom and could be crowned king, and 20 made them an empire and an emperor. Vasilia, Bai Luo, adhering to the principle of keeping a low profile, wanted to choose Vasilia because it suited the current national conditions, but isn't this a bit of an insult to their intelligence? There was only 1 miracle in Atón. How would you cover up this lie later? Crops, Pegasus, fairies, witches. You're a miracle? Vasilia, that's really a bit too much. The old uncle knew that Bai Luo had the ability to find miracles, and that he would have more and more miracles in the future. This also meant that Bai Luo couldn't hide it forever. Sooner or later, he would be exposed. The people of Atón could lie. For the sake of the country, for the sake of the nation, all morality and justice were bullshit. Survival and becoming strong were the fundamental goals. But Bai Luo's lie was too much. He was simply treating people like fools. You said you were only 1 miracle, yet you could come up with so many things. Isn't that ridiculous? Ahem. Bai Luo felt that if he said now that there was only 1 miracle in Atón, he would not be able to cover it up. It could be said that it was acquired later. Such a rapid rise in strength would only attract more attention and lead to further investigation. So how many should we mention? Principality, the best. Calling oneself a principality meant telling others that our country possessed 3 miracles. In the midst of the conflicts among nations in the land of miracles, a mere vassal state would be looked down upon, the old uncle said. Weak nations have no diplomacy. We can't appear too strong, but we can't appear too weak either. So a principality is just right. Of course, Bai Luo couldn't be the only one to possess 3 miracles, that would be too terrifying. Then, we can have Lilith and Xiaobei play the role of miracle masters. That's okay, why not? The old uncle said. Lilith possesses infinite miracle power. You can call her a miracle creature, or you can call her a miracle master, undetectable. The same goes for Xiaobei. Her miracle power is restrained, and miracle soldiers are not qualified to detect it. And when miracle masters sense it, they'll think she's a miracle master like you, Xiaoluo. Simply put, there are 2 ways a miracle master is perceived by outsiders. The first is that they possess immense power. Then, upon investigation, outsiders would discover that he possesses boundless miraculous power. The second possibility is for Bai Luo to obtain the first moment holy bag, Shirley, and Lilith. Because miracles are functional and external, Bai Luo's inherent strength is not enhanced. Then, upon investigation, outsiders would discover that Bai Luo is protected by an extremely powerful force, immune to poison, curse, and nearly all debuffs. Of course, Xiaobei's situation is more unique. But that's not a problem. No one can distinguish Xiaobei from Lilith. A duke possessing 3 miracles is completely different from establishing a duchy with 3 miracle lords. The former's cohesion is too formidable, while the latter offers ample room for maneuver. For example, by co-opting or alienating, there's the potential for division. The old uncle also took this into consideration. He wanted the enemy to see an unstable Atón, not a monolithic Atón. This would cause the miracle lords of other countries to relax their vigilance, buying Atón more time. Xiaobei is so young, she's like a miracle master we've tricked. We're protecting her, creating the illusion that she might not join us in the future. Giving the enemy false information is also a tactic. Of course, we absolutely cannot reveal Xiaobei's specific abilities. If possible, we'd better keep her hidden for a decade or 2, the uncle said. If we don't make a sound, then we'll be a surprise. We can't hide the power of the Chumeng Holy Bag. It's incredibly beneficial for trade between nations. Exporting crops can bring trade to Atón, contributing to the accumulation of national wealth and prestige, the uncle said. But once other nations have adapted to our agricultural imports, will they still be willing to touch Atón? Once you've become accustomed to a variety of seasonings, once you've tasted countless fruits and delicacies, destroying Atón, even if you have a stockpile, will eventually run out. Once it's gone, it's truly gone. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it's hard to go from extravagance to frugality. The old uncle knew all too well those pleasure-hungry miracle lords. What they lack isn't money, nor even time, but things to fill their time and make life more enjoyable. Once such a thing appeared, how could a miracle lord bear to destroy it? Our Atón survival cannot rely solely on force. The old uncle stated that war was a last resort, but also a necessary one. National diplomacy, political bargaining, economic sanctions, even assassinations, alienation, and other means. Atón needs these, and we must also cultivate such talents, yes, during this period, in order to fully learn how to be a good leader. Bai Luo humbly learned a lot from the old uncle. Xiao Luo, your qualifications are unquestionable. The old uncle recalled that in previous classes, Bai Luo often connected the history, military affairs, and economics of his previous life, proposing various hypotheses and drawing inferences from one instance. Many of the ideas and examples were new to the old uncle. Even he questioned Bai Luo and found it eye-opening. What we lack now is experience, the old uncle said. We can't reveal the matter of the first bud's sacred bag. We must not let the enemy know that these grains and crops are being poured out of a single bag. Exposing the power and objects derived from the miracle isn't a big deal. It can actually create a fog, making it harder for the enemy to grasp. But the miracle itself is a core secret and must not be leaked. Furthermore, we need to keep Xiao Bei's information secret, the old uncle said. That's perfect. We can announce that Xiao Bei's miracle is those crops. The miracle bag has no combat power, and combined with Bai Yinruo's restrained power, it will further reduce suspicion of Bai Yinruo's specific situation. This way, we can conceal both the first bud's sacred bag and Bai Yinruo. Kill two birds with one stone. As for Shirley, we can hide her or not. If we want to, we can. Atón will definitely form a cavalry in the future, and Shirley will be the key. Once the Pegasus appears, everyone will know it's a miracle. But fortunately, the Pegasus can be confused with the fairies. The people of Atón naturally know that these are two different miracles, but outsiders don't. At the same time, we can also hide Lilith's power, the uncle said, and instead choose to display the witch's magical powers. Let's say Lilith is a witch who uses magic and has the ability to cultivate witches. Okay, that concludes the uncle's 3 miracles. The crops pouring out of the pocket is 1. Pegasus uses fairies to cover it up, only counting the fairies. That's the 2nd. The young witches are separated from the fairies, becoming an independent miracle. That's the 3rd. So, there are actually only 2 miracles that are truly exposed, the Holy Bag of Beginnings, and the power of fairies. Chapter 72 Mysterious Dragon. Only 2 miracles were exposed, but the entire Atón was hidden. Bai Luo nodded. Throw some smoke bombs to buy time for development. Between a principality and a vassal state, the former holds greater authority. There's a saying, show weakness to the enemy, and they'll bully you. Overstrength will intimidate them. Too much is as bad as too little. So, my uncle chose a principality, 3 miracles, and 3 miracle masters. This way, he wouldn't be overly feared, nor would he be looked down upon or provoked. The establishment of a miracle principality was on the agenda, a fact known to many in Atón. The Atón people were filled with excitement and anticipation. Witnessing the birth of their own nation firsthand, the honor and feeling of being part of history, is hard to grasp for those who haven't experienced it. Soon, everyone arrived a month after the first sacrifice. Today was Bai Luo's 2nd sacrifice to the 5th miracle. Last night, the Atón people began to work, preparing glutinous rice, flour, and other ingredients to create delicious dishes like rice cakes, qinchuan, green rice balls, tofu, steamed buns, and dumplings. Everything was freshly prepared and served on the table while still hot, neatly arranged. An unknown miracle, Bai Luo now officially announced that they were not offering sacrifices to deity, but to a new miracle, the 5th miracle of the Atón. This is food from the lost realm. If you like it, please tell me. If you don't, please tell me too. No matter how many times, Bai Luo said, I will offer it again and again until you are satisfied. Atón people. Bai Luo finished speaking, leading the entire Atón people to bow their heads, then bow forward in respect. Pay homage, clack. As the ceremony concluded, Bai Luo heard the loud sound of pages turning. It was the sound of a black book, but it was no ordinary sound. The black book, originally only 10 pages, turned again as it reached the last blank page. The 6th, the 10th, the 20th, the 50th. The black book grew thicker, but soon, it returned to its original, thin form. What? Bai Luo didn't know what was happening, for the sudden change that followed was completely unexpected. Whoosh, the wind, an invisible wind, began to flow, then grew stronger and stronger. What's going on? The wind was so strong that Bai Luo had to squint. He looked at the people of Atón behind him, each of them covering their faces with their hands, as if walking against the wind. Boom, 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 all they could hear was a huge roar from the front. Then, the earth trembled, and the entire island began to shake. Earth, an earthquake. Why is this happening? For a moment, people and horses were thrown to the ground. Even senior sister and uncle had to duck to avoid falling. Only Bai Luo, Shirley, and Lilith seemed completely unaware, unaffected by the sudden change. What kind of miracle is this? What's going on? Bai Luo wanted to know, but he didn't understand. So, Bai Luo focused his attention on the black book, only to see it radiating an unprecedented light. Clatter, the pages flipped again, finally stopping on the 5th page. It delights in your offering and will soon enjoy it. After it's finished, it will give you a satisfying return gift, soon. Enjoy it. The wind grew stronger, and beneath an invisible force, the sun and moon dimmed. For a moment, the sky was dark. The wind is too strong. Bai Luo tried to open his eyes to see this miracle, but he couldn't. He couldn't. I can't see anything, Master. Shirley and Lilith tried to move forward, but they couldn't move an inch. Even Shirley, capable of breaking through any constraints, was firmly restrained there. Only Bai Luo looked around in astonishment, seemingly unaffected, her expression a look of confusion as to what everyone was doing. However, in his haste, Bai Luo didn't see this, but his uncle did. On his side, Bai Luo, completely absorbed in the changes in the midst of the sacrifice, suddenly noticed that the wind had died down. Bai Luo felt a wave of relief. He looked up and saw that everything around him was pitch black. In the darkness, Bai Luo seemed to see endless starlight twinkling, as if he were immersed in the galaxy of the universe. This is, Bai Luo glanced quickly behind him, only to see the 18 people still struggling against the invisible wind. Am I the only one who's been spared? Is this the power of that miracle? He searched for the miracle, but could find nothing. But where? Where is the miracle? Bai Luo glanced at the black book, only to see a single sentence written on it, enjoyed, soon. The words on the black book flickered again. What's going on? Is this all right? Is the sacrifice over? Before Bai Luo could think, the surrounding darkness and stars quickly dissipated, as if they had never been there. Ouch! A burst of exclamations echoed from behind Bai Luo. The wind had died down, and many people, unprepared, fell to the ground. The old uncle and the senior sister only stumbled slightly, but remained calm. And then there was Bai Luo. The girl, not understanding the situation, reached for her bun, but found it was dead. Bai Luo, who took my bun? Degrees. Bai Luo, fortunately, I still have steamed buns. Bai Luo, the steamed buns are gone too? Oh, the wind has stopped. What on earth happened? Is this the power of a miracle? What kind of miracle? Such a strong wind. Bang! Without giving anyone time to think, the island shook slightly again, and a huge sound, like an explosion, echoed from the distance. Ouch! Everyone felt like they were standing on a bus that suddenly accelerated. After finally standing up, they fell again. Even the senior sister and the old uncle, although they didn't fall, looked cautious, fearing it would happen again. Boom! Then, the wind swept in again. Starting from the end of the coastline, it waved across the sky, hitting everyone. Unlike the previous violent wind, this time the wind was extremely gentle, blowing on their faces like a feather. What does this wind mean? Bai Luo hurriedly glanced at the black book, only to see the text change again. The tribute has been received. Your generosity brings it immense joy. Reciprocate and accept the joy of abundance. The joy of abundance. Bai Luo, unsure of what this meant, continued reading. Dragon, contract, Bai Luo at level. Type, miracle creature faction, lost realm ability. This is the name of the new miracle, a dragon. Bai Luo said the black book was tricking him again. You put in a name, so what? Why only one character? Hello. Can you hear me? Bai Luo sensed the miracle contract, but no matter how he called out, the mysterious dragon showed no interest. So aloof, Bai Luo was completely unable to sense the other party's situation. If it weren't for the tangible connection, Bai Luo would have thought it wasn't his miracle anymore. Okay, I give in. Having obtained so many miracles, Bai Luo also discovered that whether it was Shirley, Lilith, Xiao Bei, or this brand new miracle, he had to develop them all on his own. Your Majesty, the thing is gone. Following the direction of the 18-man's finger, the table was empty, all the tributes had disappeared. Bai Luo explained to everyone that it was their new miracle that had taken it away. It accepted the 18-man's tribute and was very happy. Your Majesty, look, just as Bai Luo was wondering what the gift from the mysterious dragon was, he heard a burst of exclamations from behind him, and Bai Luo hurriedly turned around. What is this? Almost at the same time, Bai Luo looked at the 4th page of the Black Book, The Power of Miracles, Awakening. Chapter 73, Tree Spirit Awakening. What's going on? How could this happen to us? Amidst the crowd, the descendants of the tree elves were undergoing unprecedented changes. Inya raised her hand, and her body, starting from her fingertips, transformed into transparent, emerald-like substance. What is this? My body. Inya flailed her arms in fear, but it was no use. In the blink of an eye, her entire arm, and even half her body, had transformed into an emerald-like substance emitting a pale green glow. Sister, her younger brother, Anderson, tried to help his sister, but his forehead suddenly cracked. A green seedling, at a speed visible to the naked eye, grew into a branch. What's going on? Anderson tore the sapling apart, but it was no use. No matter how hard he pulled, the sapling continued to grow, growing stronger and stronger. Galila, this is. Several older male and female tree elves fell to the ground, their feet transformed into roots, writhing like pythons. Others' arms transformed into branches, flailing with fear, nearly hitting their companions. Help! Help me! The heaviness of their bodies and the terrifying transformation filled the tree elves with terror. Some children, witnessing the scene and realizing the changes in their bodies, burst into tears. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. The only one among them who wasn't frightened, but instead filled with joy, was Grandpa Andrew. Ha 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 ha! Awakening. This is awakening. The miraculous power of the tree elves has awakened, Grandpa Andrew shouted hurriedly, tears welling with excitement. We are awakening. We are returning to our original form. The tree elves had been extinct for over 10,000 years. If anyone present still knew what they looked like, it was Grandpa Andrew. Was this an awakening? Were they transforming into a miraculous race, the tree elves? Grandpa Andrew's announcement calmed the tree elves, and perhaps their calming spirits had caused their transformations to cease. Excellent. It seems everyone has mastered their life force. Try to remain calm, Grandpa Andrew instructed them, explaining how to control the power. It's not that it controls you, nor that you control it. Instead, you become one. You are it, it is you, indistinguishable from one another. Soon, under Grandpa Andrew's guidance, everyone transformed back into their tree elves. However, compared to their previous mortal forms, they now looked even more elf-like. The tree elves were already beautiful. Except for the elderly, they were all handsome men, beautiful women, and young boys and girls. But now, Bai Luo felt that their beauty had reached a new level. No, that's not right. Beauty has its limits, but there's something that transcends appearance, charm. Yes, pure charm. The tree elves now had branches sprouting from their heads, resembling jade green. They were like ornaments, adorning the sides of their cheeks, foreheads, and crowns, like animal horns. Yet, these jade branches didn't seem repulsive. Instead, it was picturesque and captivating, making the tree elves look like gods. Furthermore, 3 flower buds sprouted from the hairpin-like branches atop the tree elves' heads, each blossoming in a flurry of blossoms. Standing near them, everyone could smell the fragrant aroma wafting through the air, feeling a surge of joy and a surge of energy. You're doing well, that's how it is, Grandpa Andrew reassured them, explaining how to control the miraculous power within them. The tree elves were all gifted, and this was their natural instinct. Previously, the sudden onset of power had caused them to become somewhat out of control, but now, having calmed down, they had become one with it. Have we awakened? We've truly awakened, a miraculous race? Is this what a tree elf truly is? After the panic, there was utter joy. The tree elves chatted with one another, and even the children jumped for joy, cheering. Grandpa's flowers are blooming, but why are we still just buds? Some young tree elves touched the branches above their heads. Although they had buds, they were so tiny, let alone open. Ho ha ho ha, Grandpa Andrew smiled and stroked the children's heads. You're young, it's not time yet. One day, you'll be like Grandpa. Sure enough, only the buds on the heads of the adult tree elves were open. At this moment, Grandpa Andrew's head was crowned with jade branches, from the tips of which hung many closed buds. His demeanor was that of an ancient druid, seasoned, gentle, yet full of mystery. Although this was Grandpa Andrew's first time transforming into a tree elf, he had heard his grandfather talk about this. Snap, the old man raised his hand and gently tapped the buds and branches with his fingers. Then, the jade branches and white petals began to wither, and to the astonished gaze of the crowd, the old man was the first to transform back to his original form. Can it be transformed back again? Bai Luo was a little surprised. He had assumed that once a tree elf awakened, it would remain that way. He had never expected it to regress back to its human-like form, differing only in the pointy ears. Just now, that was the form of a tree spirit, as described in the legend of the tree spirits. This is the spirit, and then, Grandpa Andrew spoke to Bai Luo, once again summoning the miraculous power within him. Galila, wow, the next moment, everyone stepped back. In front of them, Grandpa Andrew's arms began to transform into wood, his feet into roots. He had taken on the form of the tree man from Bai Luo's memory. Grandpa Andrew, transformed into tree man, was at least 10 meters tall, like a massive ancient tree that required 4 or 5 people to hug. Grandpa Andrew waved his arms and pulled roots from the ground. Although not as tall as the elven tree men summoned by Lilith, Bai Luo felt that Grandpa Andrew's strength far surpassed those tree men who could only attack physically. The difference was worlds apart. Tree man, Bai Luo had just finished exclaiming when Grandpa Andrew's body transformed again. Bang! The tree man's body shattered, and a pale blue, spirit-like figure flew out from it. This, Bai Luo's eyes widened, a bit bewildered. So many? Tree elves have so many forms. Originally, tree elves were elves, no different from humans, except for their exceptionally handsome and beautiful appearance. Jade branches sprouted from their bodies, crowned with flower buds. This was the dryad form. Their bodies transformed into deadwood, their arms transformed into branches, their feet into roots. This was the tree man form of the tree elf. Finally, they could break free from mere matter and transform into energy bodies, composed entirely of life energy. This was called the tree spirit, and it was also the tree elf's most free form. Chapter 74. This is a miracle. Just as the legend says, the tree elf can transform through 4 states: tree man, tree spirit, and elf. Grandpa Andrew quickly transformed back into elf form. Seeing Grandpa Andrew complete this series of transformations, the other tree elves breathed a sigh of relief. So it can change back, I'll try. It really did. The tree elves were initially frightened, as they had long been accustomed to their elf form. To suddenly transform into something else would be difficult for them to adjust to in a short period of time. Fortunately, this power was controllable. Grandpa Andrew's ability to so easily transform into tree man, tree spirit, and elf was due to his inherent strength. Other tree elves, especially the children, could only maintain half of their tree spirit form. It was like a bud waiting to bloom, unable to unfold at all. Grandpa Andrew explained, according to the texts left by our ancestors, the elf's most basic form. As they age, the tree spirit's head will sprout jade-like branches, followed by buds, and finally, the buds will bloom. Once you've reached this stage, you can cultivate the power of the tree spirit and attain this new form of tree spirit. As for the tree man, that's a transformation only achieved by elderly tree spirits. As Grandpa Andrew had said, the tree spirit's 4 forms truly depended on age and strength. Lu, Inya and Anderson, the strongest, easily transformed into their druid tree spirit forms and could easily return to elf form. For the tree spirit, the siblings needed about 10 seconds of concentrated concentration to complete the transformation. They couldn't achieve the tree man form. The tree man form had nothing to do with strength, it was simply a matter of age. Don't worry. Treemen are a power only attainable by elderly tree elves, but it's not a symbol of strength. Grandpa Andrew shared the knowledge he knew from ancient texts. Treemen, tree spirits, dryads, and elves, the difference lies solely in their emphasis, not in strength. Elves are agile and can wield a variety of weapons. Dryads follow the druidic path, fighting through transformation. Dryads are like enhanced magical powers, their life force even more potent. Needless to say, the final treemen are undoubtedly superior in physical defense and attack. My king. My king. Thank you, my king. Then, led by Grandpa Andrew, all the tree elves looked at Bai Luo and knelt. Quick, kneel, all of you. Greetings to our lord. Greetings to our great majesty. The tree elves became Bai Luo's miracle race. This also meant that in their hearts, Bai Luo had become a completely sacred and inviolable being. In the eyes of the tree elves, Bai Luo towered immensely. Let alone disobedience, even the slightest disrespect would fill them with shame and remorse. Get up, everyone. The awakening of the tree spirits meant another miracle for Atón. The holy bag of Chumeng, Pegasus Shirley, Fairy Lilith, the tree spirit clan, the mystic dragon, and the remnants of Shilling. Excluding the mystic dragon, whose existence was unknown, Bai Luo possessed a total of 5 miracles. If the Black Book was included, Bai Luo's total miracles reached a staggering 7, enough for a single king. Is this a return gift? Before offering sacrifice to the mystic dragon, Bai Luo had already accumulated 90% of the tree spirit's miraculous power. But the remaining 10% was beyond his reach. So, he planned to establish a principality, hoping to boost his miraculous power to 100 through the national honor. Unexpectedly, the mystic dragon directly awakened the tree spirit's miraculous power. No, more than an awakening. Grandpa Andrew told Bai Luo that the miraculous power within them had awakened so quickly, it didn't feel like a normal miraculous awakening at all. To use an analogy, it was like an empty bucket suddenly filling up with water. Although the children didn't show it, this external miraculous power was stored within them, transforming into potential, waiting for the day to blossom. If this is a return gift, then it's quite something. He had simply brought everyone to pay a visit and give some food, and they had given Bai Luo a miraculous race in return. What a steal, right? Just as Bai Luo was thinking this, Shirley suddenly neighed. Shirley, Bai Luo sensed Shirley's excitement, the joy and excitement of increasing power. Pegasus, evolving, Master, I feel my miraculous power has grown significantly stronger. Lilith was also feeling the same way. Bai Luo quickly flipped to the second page, and sure enough, the same label appeared on Lilith's face. Fairy, evolving. Looking at Bai Luo again, Bai Luo said, "Oh, Shilling survivor." Nothing had changed. The evolving symbol didn't appear after their names. Chumeng holy bag, evolving. Even the bag benefited, evolving. Bai Luo, aggrieved, only I haven't evolved. What's wrong? The old man had just gotten over the shock of the tree elves awakening, but when he turned around, he heard Lilith's words. Are they evolving? The old man was overjoyed. Great, I thought it would take at least several years for Shirley and Lilith to fully awaken, but I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. The power of a miracle race can't increase so much all at once. It must be because of it. Looking at the tree elves, the old man was clearly confused. What exactly is that miracle that can actually affect other miracles? I don't know. It seems like a dragon. Bai Luo himself didn't understand the mysterious dragon situation, so how could he explain it to his uncle? But since it had become Bai Luo's miracle creature, it must obey the laws of miracles, right? You can't hurt your master, you must obey your master's orders, and live and die with your master. But such a cold dragon, will it really listen to me? Through the miracle contract, Bai Luo felt that he should be able to order the other party. Bai Luo wanted to try, but subconsciously, he felt that he couldn't try, because something very, very terrible would happen. Bai Luo was a steady person and never did anything stupid. Anyway, there is plenty of time. I don't believe I can't take you down in the future. And a dragon, that's a dragon. After arriving in the other world, there are 2 things Bai Luo wanted to do most. One is magic, and the other is riding a dragon. Okay, riding a dragon is a bit vulgar. But so what? You can't not eat just because eating is vulgar, right? Riding a dragon, that's a man's dream. Okay. Bai Luo, I'm not fighting alone. Thousands of Dragon Knight ancestors are with me. But this wave of return gifts is incredible. Bai Luo, first, the tree elves are awakened, then Cubby, Shirley, and Lilith began to evolve. Anything else, Bai Luo felt greedy, but he was indeed looking forward to it. He hoped this mysterious dragon would return the favor with more gifts. Boom, it wasn't over yet. It really wasn't over yet. New changes were coming, even more ferocious than before. What's going on? Bai Luo was riding Shirley almost instantly. He sensed an incredibly powerful miraculous force. Shirley, take me up and see. As soon as she finished speaking, Shirley had already carried Bai Luo high into the sky. Bai Luo's eyes widened, and Shirley's face was filled with disbelief. Boom, 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 countless clear springs gushed from the earth, rising to the sky and transforming into endless nectar that showered the earth. The invisible miraculous force, transformed from the sea into a gentle breeze, swept down. Wherever it passed, crops sprouted in the fields, growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Galala on the hillside, the seeds planted by Bai Luo were about to sprout, then bloom and bear fruit. Apples, peaches, bananas, oranges, all the fruit trees, ignoring the season, time, and environment, grew in an instant. The branches bent with abundant fruit, a bumper harvest among harvests. Looking at the farmland again, golden ears of wheat, golden corn, potatoes, Sweet potatoes, tomatoes. This is simply, Bai Luo stared blankly at the scene before him, watching the green from near to far turn golden. It's a miracle. Chapter 75 Covering the Mouth. The first moment Holy Bag had once brought Bai Luo great surprise. The appearance of Shirley and Lilith, and the power of the Pegasus and the fairies, also astonished Bai Luo immensely. But none of them could compare to the shock the mysterious dragon brought to Bai Luo. This is a miracle. Bai Luo finally understood the power of miracles, their incredible, unfathomable power. Agriculture, which should have taken ages to accumulate, had, thanks to the power of miracles, passed the accumulation stage in the blink of an eye, as if divinely assisted. Don't worry about whether it makes sense or not, it feels great, though it was illogical. When this power fell upon Bai Luo, the feeling of cheating was truly extraordinary. Hurry back, hey! Bai Luo dismounted Shirley and shouted to everyone to go back and see. The harvest is abundant. The Atón people were confused, but they still chased Bai Luo's footsteps, running wildly towards the forest. A bountiful harvest, a real bountiful harvest, fruits, so many fruits, all this food? My God, how long will it take to eat it all? Nels and the others stared at the fields before them, stunned and bewildered. Ha ha, but after the surprise, ecstasy swept through all Atón. Oh, the people of Atón, including the newly awakened tree elves, temporarily forgot their own transformations and immersed themselves in the joy of the harvest, running wildly through the fields and mountains. Long live His Majesty, long live Atón! Every Adonai knew who had created this incredible and magical landscape, and who had given them a beautiful and abundant life. It was Bai Luo, their king, their great majesty. Lilith, use your power to help with the harvest. Lilith couldn't ripen so much food. Her power couldn't create, but it could process and transform. Leave it to me, master. Lilith was delighted. She raised her hand, and a vast miraculous power instantly enveloped the farmland. The next moment, the golden and green fields vanished, replaced by newly tilled soil. Lilith cast another spell, gradually expanding the farmland. This time, the area would be more than 10 times larger than before. Because of the bumper harvest, Atón had more than enough seeds, no longer worrying about running out of crops. As for the fruit trees, Bai Luo didn't let Lilith pick them. Fruit spoils easily and doesn't keep well. It's better to leave them on the trees for now. After all, they can always pick them fresh whenever they want. Only when they have to fall to the ground will Bai Luo collect them all, turning them into wine and dried fruit for storage. The fruit trees have matured, and starting next year, they'll have a bountiful harvest every year. Soon, Bai Luo will let everyone enjoy Atón's apples, grapes, watermelons, and strawberries. With so much food, even 2,000 or 10,000 people, let alone less than 200, wouldn't be able to finish it all, and this was just the beginning. They could now plant more fields. In 5 months at most, Atón would have another bountiful harvest. There was still plenty of time. By then, Atón's food supply would be endless, inexhaustible. No more words. Bai Luo now only wanted to say one thing: let's have a party. Tonight, get drunk. Oh. The Atón people were completely delighted by the miraculous storm brought about by the mysterious dragon. Lilith, as much as you want, with so much food. Lilith's fairy magic immediately went to work, and soon, she was producing barrels of wine. With the grapes, wine also appeared on everyone's table. No need to hesitate, drink to your heart's content. That night, even Bai Luo drank to his heart's content, a rare occasion. However, due to the excessive amount of miracle blessings, Bai Luo drank 10 times the amount, and only then, drowsily, fell asleep, supported by Bai Luo and Inya. Shirley and Lilith also drank some, but they would not get drunk. Drunkenness was a debuff, and the miracle power within them would automatically dispel it. Of course, they could temporarily remove it and experience the feeling of being drunk. But as miracles, they could not leave their master's side and must protect Bai Luo at all times, especially when he was unconscious. Even Bai Luo, despite her inferior strength, silently stood by Bai Luo's side, never leaving him. And so, the night of revelry ended. The morning sun shone, another beautiful day. The mysterious dragon brought blessings to the entire island of Atón, filling it with vitality. The scene upon first arrival was completely different from now. Cough. Bai Luo awoke from his slumber, his mouth dry. Water, give me some water, master. Bai Luo took the water offered by Bai Luo and drank it, feeling much better. What time is it now? Looking at the sunlight streaming through the window, Bai Luo thought to himself that he had lost his composure and shouldn't have indulged himself so much. As the king of Atón, Bai Luo must remain sober. Even if I drink from now on, I must never get drunk. After a quick wash, Bai Luo was about to take Bai Luo out when he subconsciously glanced at the information in the black book. Shirley and Lilith remained in their evolutionary state, unchanged. However, the properties of the first moment holy bag had changed, covering seeds, contract, Bai Luo Atón rank, lowest type, miracle item faction, age of twilight ability, daily, can pour out seeds, fruits, flowers, roots, stems, and leaves of common crops encountered, totaling 1,000 kilograms, a low-level miracle, unable to produce items with miraculous powers. It's really evolved. Bai Luo stopped in his tracks, looking at the information on the black book with some surprise as he summoned the miracle pocket. This time, what appeared in Bai Luo's hand was an extremely beautiful, ornate bag. It was inlaid with dazzling gems and embroidered with patterns of various crops in gold and silver thread. Bai Luo took a closer look and saw that they were all crops grown by the Atón people. It's gotten bigger, as if in response to Bai Luo's question, the bag flashed and transformed back into its original, nascent holy bag. It can still transform back, and seeds, fruits, flowers, roots, stems, and leaves. Bai Luo was now completely awake. He laughed. That's pretty much all the plants are, right, Bai Luo? Ginseng, do you think you can escape? It's not that I won't fall, it's just that the time has not come yet. Ho ha, master. Bai Luo was puzzled when he heard Bai Luo's laughter. Outside the yard, his uncle heard the commotion and walked in. Awake? You're laughing so happily, is it a miracle evolution? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.